Okay. Hi, howdy, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully my audio is more balanced than yesterday. I think that sounds good. Let me test. Let's pop filter just a little bit. Yeah. I think that's okay. Alrighty. Welcome back. If you were here yesterday, as you may know, let me close my door. If my cat cries, she cries, it's fine. Okay. If you were here yesterday, you might recall that I was working on my pngtuber and kind of redesigning my son. Okay. Looks like... Alright, cool, that looks good. Let me just turn on performance mode. This is what we left off with yesterday. I think I have a couple of adjustments I need to do before we move on to the line art stage, but I'm hoping to get that done today. We do have to make a second sketch, of course, for the active version of the sprite. But I think all things considered, it's looking pretty good. Okay. I've changed the music choice today. If anybody gets bored of it, let me know. We can probably switch back to Undertale music. I just thought maybe it would be like a nice different kind of vibe. Alright. So I think what I'm gonna start with is on the wrong tab. There we go. I think what I'm gonna start with. Oh. Somehow I paused the music. That's okay. I think what I'm going to start with is I'm going to make these stars a little bit smaller because I think the reason it's creating all these tangents is just due to the unnecessary size of them. Jesus. You can tell I'm not feeling very good. Like if we make them smaller, kind of like this, we could probably put more in, which would give it that cascading effect I've been trying to go for. Maybe. Okay, well, this is where we're starting. Let's erase all these little stars. We're going to try and do it all in one without messing up, so I don't have to go back through. And that way, if I need to redo it, I can just undo it very easily. Instead of having to like spam the button. Okay. So I was also thinking we could add some like little beads. I think that might be fun. So if we move to a different layer, we even do like a different color, that might work. I like to do some things in a different color when I'm sketching because it helps me organize it in my brain a little bit better. So we do that. I think that looks okay. No, it doesn't. No, I think I could just move that actually. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do for the beading. I could do like a couple of small beads like this and just like work the way up, my way up. And like do like different shapes of beads, maybe? I don't know. Or even just like separated beads like this. I kind of like the way that looks. It's kind of fun. And again, don't ask me how these are attached to the hat. Magic, maybe. I guess I could add like a little cross section to each of them to make it look a little bit more fitting. Kind of like that. I'm not sure if that's necessarily better with the smaller stars. I could always make them just the slightest bit larger. That might have the what I'm going for. And if anybody has suggestions for the pattern on the shirt, please let me know. I'm struggling to come up with an idea for it right now. I want it to be kind of like fitting with the like star theming a little bit, but you know, something like that would be cool. I think I might even add like little rings to the horns. Maybe. Do we think that's too much, chat? I think it might be like just the slightest bit. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like the way that works into the design. So I could do kind of like a ringed design like that. And I'm sorry if I'm a little awkward. I don't do art streams very often, so I'm still trying to figure out how exactly to do regular commentary. So far I've just kind of been sticking with the idea of commenting on what I'm doing, so that way it's easier to understand where I'm coming from, I guess. I think the slightly larger size is better than these really small ones. So I might adjust it to that. I think if I make the ones in the background a little bit smaller, that would work really well in terms of the perspective though. Kind of like that. It's like if I make probably these two both larger, just the slightest bit. There we go. It's kind of nice. I'm not sure if I'll stick with this design permanently, because I don't know how many of you know, but my typical design that I've been going with is just kind of looks like this. is kind of... I got like a nose there. This is what I've been going with, but it felt too simple. Like maybe for my videos I'll do that, but for stills I can bring out all the fun stuff like this. I don't know. I really like Sona designs that feel like characters, if that makes sense. I like having kind of like a cool design, even if it's not necessarily accurate to how somebody looks in real life. There are aspects of this that do look like me. Like, I used to have long hair. I cut it pretty recently, but this toothy is actually referencing like my IRL overbite that I've got, funnily enough. It's not quite as pronounced, but you can see it in photos. I don't know. Is that... That's too far down. So, I could probably just like... that. There we go. I don't think that's too much of a tangent. Like it is, but if I add some shadows around it, it shouldn't be too egregious to understand what's going on, I don't think. Because if you can understand what it is from a distance, I think it's fine. So this is strings. So why don't we... I think what I'll do is I'll just go like this. And then I'll go through... Let me make like an actual bead and then we'll copy and paste that over the outlines of the current ones. It's like, let's erase this one right here, I think. Oh, whoops. And then we can... Do I want to use the circle tool? I don't think I do. I mean, it just doesn't look... Yeah, it's fine. Makes my life easier. So if I move that there, we want to make like a little indent for the beads, otherwise it's not going to look like it's actually attached to the string. It's going to look like it's kind of just sitting there. So we're going to cut into it just a little bit. Go like that. And it looks more like it's attached to the string now. Then now we're going to go through and erase that one. I'm going to copy this. Bring it down like that. And we can adjust each of the stars to fit perfectly where the string hole would line up. Oh, whoops. Like that. I think I'll make this one a little bit bigger too. There we go. I might even just like re-sketch it out. It's still a little too foggy for my liking. So let's try going in and okay. What if I start like this to give it some width before doing the rest of the star? There we go. It's like the slightest bit better. Even like, put like a slight little ring right here, maybe? Yeah. I think that works. Kind of looks like a Christmas ornament, just a little bit. And then we can... I'm not paying attention. There we go. Make it a bit thinner. Yeah. So we're gonna attach each of the stars like that in kind of like a Christmas ornament fashion, where it's like an end piece connecting everything together. So these are all connected. Okay, that's the one I just copied. We can just delete that for now. Oh, there we go. Then we can merge this layer below. Then we can go through and erase. Oh, whoops, not that last one. There we go. We can try and put them in like an even kind of distance. So that's about the same distance, maybe just a little bit further up. I think right there. Yeah. This part right here is going to be a little bit of copying and pasting, I'm going to be so honest. So if you have the patience for that, I applaud you. It's kind of like how I started my last stream with a bunch of chain copying and pasting. I don't know if you heard that noise, that was my cat yawning. The ones near the top need to be just adjusted a little bit. We do have to merge with a bunch of layers real quick. I'm sure there's a hotkey for it, but I'm lazy. I draw with my tablet directly on my lap, so I have to lift the whole thing or assign a new keybind if I want to like just barely do a single command, so I don't bother half the time. I'm gonna adjust this a little bit to account for gravity. So we tilt it like that and move it over. There we go. I love spinning my canvas. It's a fun little activity. Prevents me from having to actually draw anything. There we go, can erase that. We're gonna have to redo most of these stars anyway, because I was not locked in while doing them, unfortunately. Just like that. Okay. And then we can draw another little cap on there. or at least another star. I'll bring it down like this. This is an interesting track that's playing. I don't know how I feel about it. I do have a selection mask on, god damn it. Every single time, I feel like I deselect my selection mask, and for some reason it always just pops right back up. And I'm like, oh, why isn't this drawing? And it's always because there's a selection mask somewhere that I don't remember putting there. Let's define this just a little bit more. I don't think that needs to be as sharp as it is. There we go. Make it a little bit shorter. We can go in and finally add that little cap. There we go. Yippee. That's like what, 2 out of 1, 2. That's 4 on that one side. 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 out of 7 done. And then we can merge them with the layer below and actually have them connect to the strings. So we got that combine that real quick. Where's this? That's the face, okay. Now that that's in, we can go in and erase it one more time. Okay, nice. That's 3 out of 7. Can't wait to get started on line art. Like, I don't like line art, but I feel like it'll be a nice change of pace. Let's see, I think I missed this right there. Oh god, what layer are you on? Okay, this one. Hello. It's the selection mask again. It's always the fucking selection mask. Every single time. That thing is my worst enemy. Okay. Gotta bring this one down just a little bit. Just this one, bring it up just like a little bit maybe, to make it look less like a tangent. Bring this one down. Bead simulator. That sounds mildly inappropriate. You know, that kind of reminds me of... Yeah, never mind. Alright, we gotta merge all of these. Cool. Kind of not vibing with the music. It's not... It's a nice vibe, and it's kind of what I'm going for, but it's not energetic enough for me to be funny, I feel like. There we go. I should make more lo-fi songs. Or is it lofi? I don't actually think I've ever heard the word pronounced before. I think it's lo-fi. Because I feel like it would be a really good vibe for one of the games I'm working on. It's still in the writing stage because I can't fucking program for shit. So if you're a programmer, hit me up. My DMs are open. I'm kidding. I should probably learn how to code, just on my own merits. But, yeah, I'm working on this game right now, or at least workshopping the concept. It's called Babel. And I don't want to provide too many spoilers, but basically it's going to be an art-themed roguelike, or maybe let's technically a roguelite, where this main character named Juno gets trapped kind of in like an alternate plane of reality after she gets hit by a car, like Isekai style. Oh shit. And she needs, and part of the theme is like overcoming her grief and like accepting the fact that life goes on and you can't live in the past forever, because it's kind of, oh my fucking god, goddamn, because it's kind of inspired by the concept of like, what are you talking about? Where am I? Okay. Thank you. Because it's kind of inspired by, like, you know that thing on TikTok or like online where people make sad nostalgic content, and it kind of relies on this idea of mourning your childhood, which is a very valid feeling, don't get me wrong. I think a lot of people end up feeling that way, because it's hard to grow up. It's hard to become an adult and suddenly have a bunch of responsibilities, and you kind of just yearn for the sense of simplicity that you felt as a child, you know? But at the same time, I would argue that I feel like nostalgia can be harmful sometimes when it's taken to too extreme of a degree. Because if you're stuck living in the past and regretting the fact that you didn't enjoy it while you were there, then you never really actually grow up, and you never learn to, like, your childhood is not the end of your life. It's not the end of you being able to have fun. It just felt simpler, you know? And mourning childhood is a feeling that everybody feels at some point, I think. But it's unhealthy to not let yourself grow up and to grow as a person. And to... I see a lot of people kind of just get so wrapped up in it that they can't enjoy where they are now, you know? But rambling aside, that's kind of part of the theming I've got going on for, oh my god. Okay, I thought these were all the same, but they just hadn't loaded the thumbnails. But that's kind of the theme I've got going on for Babel, is in addition to mourning the loss of her brother, Juno has to mourn, like, her childhood and the fact that she's growing up, and that's like a big theme throughout the game, I guess. Or at least that's a big intended theme throughout the game. I don't know, I'm rambling. I really want to work on it at some point. I've just been so busy with work, it's hard to justify working on my projects. Not even just that, I'm exhausted all the time. And I want it to be in a place where I consider it good, but in order to do that, I have to improve a lot of my skills, I guess, in order to reach a point that I'm happy with in terms of art, but also just in terms of writing. And I don't know, that's a problem I run into a lot with my projects, is I really want to make things, you know, but I either don't have the energy, or I don't have the time, or I'm too worried about it being good that I never actually start it. And this year I want to change that, and I want to actually do more things that I'm into, you know, and share more things with people. That's actually kind of why I like streaming like this, is because it gives me a chance to like chat about things that I don't get to ramble about very often. Because I have people who will listen to me, but, you know, it's not everybody wants to hear like constant hyperfixation ramblings about everything I'm working on. So doing this gives me an excuse to do it, because at least I'm getting it off my chest even if nobody's here to listen. It's a good outlet, I guess. But another fun aspect of Babel, when I say it's art themed, it's because Juno is like graduating school and she's planning on going to an art college. So a lot of her like skills and weapons and stuff like that are going to be based on different like mediums of art and like popular art styles. And when I say popular, I mean like pop culture, pop history, art history is what I want to say. So like major styles throughout history, like pointillism and abstract and all that good stuff. Like, you get the point. And I think that's going to be fun to try and turn into mechanics. But I also want it to be fun to play, so I gotta come with the mechanics and then like work in theming afterwards. I don't know. I also just don't know like what would be. Oh shit! Come on. Tweaking. I also don't know what would be like a good program to do that in. Because there's just so many. And I have a little bit of history with JavaScript, but I know it's not the best to program games with. But I guess that's just Reddit's opinion, so could be wrong on that. But I took like some computer science classes, and they were specifically based in JavaScript, you know? So that's where I'm most comfortable in terms of programming. I can do a little bit of HTML too, but I'm not very good at it, not like my boyfriend is. He's really good at HTML. He was on kind of like a HTML kick for a little bit. Gotta merge these. And he actually like helped design a lot of my toy house pages. Because I don't have the patience for a lot of HTML. I feel like HTML is one of those coding languages that's mostly trial and error. And I don't know, I find it interesting, but it frustrates me. You know what time it is? It's cap time. You get to make another cap and another little star. There we go. That one's kind of funky looking. I think we're redoing that. God, I wish I could do this instead of going to work all the time, if I'm honest. I would love to do art for a living. I'd probably get sick of it after a while, just like I get sick of most things after a while, but at least it wouldn't be so hard on my body. I mean, maybe my wrists, but the job I'm working now requires a lot of, like, running around all day and, you know, bending and picking up heavy shit. And I don't know, it's not really where I pictured myself being. So this is also just a nice outlet for me to do art stuff with while still feeling productive. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't say I hate my job. I'm just starting to get really sick of it. Namely because of some of the hardness on my body, like I was saying, but just working retail is so fucking dehumanizing. I don't know how many of you work retail, but when people treat you like dirt all day, it's kind of hard to want to show up the day after. Like the other night, I had a guy. Okay. Every night, what I do, I have to call I work curbside pickup. I'm not going to say for what company, but I work curbside pickup at a major retailer. So those people who bring out your groceries to you in your car, that's me. I'm the one who does that. I'm the one who picks the orders. I'm the one who brings it out to you. And this guy, the other day, I was closing, and I have to call every customer at the end of my shift to make sure that they know, like, hey, we close at insert time. Are you going to be able to make it in tonight? So I call. This is the last person I have to call because there's like 5 people who haven't shown up yet, and it's like 20 minutes before closing, and you know, I want to make my phone calls and get out of there because I still have like some go backs to do and, you know, all that fucking good jazz. I didn't actually copy anything, did I? What was I saying? But, you know, so it's my last phone call of the night, and I call this lady. This one needs to be smaller because it's in the background. It's really hard to tell a story while drawing, by the way. I don't know how people do it so regularly. Now you know why storytime animators animate instead of... I gotta make these both smaller, goddamn. Instead of... Now you know why they animate after the fact instead of doing it at the same time. It's just really hard to talk and draw at the same time because you gotta think about where you're putting things. Anyway, not the point. Where was I? So I called this lady, and immediately she's off on a tirade. Talking about how she doesn't like our substitution policy, and we never get the items that she wants, and we never check to make sure it's actually where it is, and, you know, like, kind of a reasonable complaint. Like, I know a lot of my coworkers don't actually check as well as they should. Not, like, shade to them, but, like, it's true. Like, it's a fact. It's, like, reasonable. But she's on the phone with me for, like, close to 10 minutes, and I have people showing up left and right, and I can't just abandon her phone call as she's complaining to me. And so when I started this phone call, it was around 7:30, Okay. And I had 2 people on the board who were on their way but not actually shown up yet. And in the span of me being on the phone with her, 3 people showed up, including the 2 people who had, like, said they were on their way. And this lady, she tells me that, like, because, like, I asked her a question before she started going on her tirade. I was like, hey, are you going to be here before insert time tonight? And she's like, yeah, my husband's going to go pick it up. He's getting coffee with a friend, and he's supposed to pick it up afterwards. And I'm like, great, okay. I will see you guys soon then. And I tell her, I'm sorry, ma'am, like, I have a couple of people here. I'll definitely leave a note for my manager, and, you know, he can make sure to chat with everyone in the department about it, but I do have 3 people waiting on me. So, I either have to put you on hold, or I'm gonna have to go now. And she's like, okay, that's fine. Thank you for listening to me ramble. And that's that. I hang up, she lets me go, and I take out an order, and then I take out the other order, and I notice a guy is pulled into one of our spots. I'm getting a foot cramp, like, really bad. But I notice a guy is pulled into one of our spots, and I assume, oh, that must be her husband, the one who's picking up the order. And as I'm taking out the third one, the person who did not tell me they were on their way, they were new, it's fine, it's not a big deal. He stops me. He gets out of the car and he stops me. He's like, is that my stuff? Like, do you have my stuff? Is that my stuff? And I'm like, no, sir, is that my stuff? Do you have my stuff? Is that my stuff? And I'm like, no, sir, this is for this ma'am, this lady right here. She's been waiting 6 or 7 minutes, you know, because I was on the phone with his wife. So I will be with you shortly. Just give me a moment and I'll, like, check you in and we can do everything we need. Because she told me that he doesn't carry a phone. Okay, so I figured, and she was like, yeah, he'll just go in and check into customer service like that. And I was like, great. I guess he couldn't figure that out, or he didn't want to go in the store, and I'll just check him in manually. That's fine. What? Not a big deal. Who cares? I get back there. Now, taking this order out to this other lady only took, like, 2 minutes max, and I get back there, and he's gone. There is nobody there. He has a friend, said friend for coffee, in the passenger seat, okay? So I wave, I'm like, hi, like, is your friend still around? Like, did he want to check in? Like, what's going on? Do you know if, he's gonna be coming back soon? And because he hadn't gotten whatever item he wanted in his order, because we were out, what the fuck did I just do? What? Hello? Me. What the fuck did I do? Okay, apparently I have to redo all of that because it wasn't on the right kind of... I might just restart my story. I'm not making a whole lot of sense. Here, I'll go to the side and I'll draw it out for you. So, let's not do that actually. I'm tweaking. Can you guys tell I'm tweaking? But anyway. Now I gotta do this color. Alright, I'm gonna restart my story for you guys. I gotta make it, like, nice and concise so I can put it in a YouTube short, you know? And also it's been really difficult to follow. So, let's restart. I work for a store. I'm not gonna say what store, but I work retail, okay? And some people are just so delusional that it astounds me, and I try my best to be a nice person, okay? I try so hard to be a nice person, because even if I'm having a bad day, I don't want to make your day shitty. You're just trying to get your food, or, like, your item, or whatever it is that you want from insert retail store. But I had a customer the other night At the end of every night, okay, this is important context. At the end of every night, I call every customer who has not picked up yet. And just to make sure, like, hey, are you going to be here by insert closing time? And usually they won't respond. Actually, I'll just leave a voicemail and that's fine. But I get to my last lady, who's on the call list that I need to call before I can finish closing up, because I still got go backs to do. I still got a bunch of other things to do. You get it. So I call my last lady and I'm like, hi, this is, with so-and-so retail store. I'm calling to ask you if you're going to be in before our closing time tonight. And she's like, yeah, I sent my husband to go get it. He's gonna, go into the store and have customer service check him in. But let me tell you about your substitution policy. And this lady rambles to me for a solid 10 minutes. I have 2 people who said that they were on their way. We have this, big board in our back room that tells us when people are on their way. And I have 2 people who said they were on their way. And in the span of this phone call, while she's rambling about, you guys never check your end caps, and you guys never do this, and you guys never do that, and we always get, we live halfway out of town, and, blah, 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 blah. Kind of reasonable complaints. I know some people don't check before they substitute an item, which is not ideal. No shade to any of my coworkers, but, it is a fact of things that happen. But, she's rambling about this, and I hear the board. Bing bong. Person 1's here. Bang bong. Person 2's here. I have 2 people now waiting in the parking lot. And then bing bong. 3rd person who didn't say they were on their way. That's fine, they were new. I don't care. But 3 people, while I'm listening to this lady be very, very, very insistent about how unhappy with our service she is, and how she never recommends our service to anybody because it's never, ever what, she wants, and, all that stuff. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, ma'am. That's really unfortunate. I know that must be really frustrating for you. If you want, I can leave a note for my manager, because there's nothing I can really do about that. But I am gonna have to, I said this a lot more politely, but I was like, I have to go soon because I have 3 people waiting on me, so I'm either gonna have to put you on hold or I'm gonna have to hang up now. So sorry, I heard a notification. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying my irate rambling. Where was I? But I'm like, I'm gonna have to go, ma'am. So I take out the first order, and then I take out the second order. And then as I'm taking out the third order, a guy pulls into one of our spots. And I'm like, okay, that must be the guy. So I go in, I grab the third order, and I'm going out to the lady who was there, and this guy walks up to me, and he's like, is that my stuff? Do you have my stuff? Is that my stuff? And I'm like, no, sir. And he goes, is that my stuff? Do you have my stuff? Is that my stuff? And I'm just sitting here staring at him. I'm like, no, there's another lady who's been waiting 6 or 7 minutes because I was on the phone with his wife. Okay. I'm gonna have to take this out to her before I can help you. Just give me just a moment and I'll be right with you, okay? And, took me 2 minutes max to do that. And I finish up the order and I go back to the spot where he was, and he's not there. He's gone. I don't know where he went. But, said friend who was supposed to get coffee with him, he's in the car. So I'm like, hey, do you know where your friend went? Because I was hoping to help him out. And he's like, oh, well, he went in the store to get insert item that we had out of stocked that his wife was complaining about on the phone, He went to go get that item. He should be back soon. And I was like, okay, do you know when he'll be back? And he's like, no, but it shouldn't be too long. And I was like, okay. It's now 15 minutes before closing at this point. Second level support, and when I call with customers, some of them complain nonstop. Seriously, I have other things to be doing, and I understand their frustrations, but sometimes it's like, I can't help you. I am the only person on staff right now. I'm glad somebody gets it at least. But, I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I go inside, it's 15 minutes before close, and I still have go backs. So I'm like, I'm gonna load these up, and we have this little app that tells us when people get here, when we're away from our back room, because, you know, where's the layer I'm looking for? Hello? I don't know where it went. Is it? It's this one. Okay, okay. Anyway. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna turn on this little app that tells me when people show up, and I'm gonna put it in my pocket, and I'm just gonna go, because, again, he was supposed to go to customer service, as his wife had said. So I was like, okay, maybe he's actually doing that. I don't know why he didn't just wait for me, but, like, not a big deal. I can just, like, wait for him to actually check in. And I'm expecting either my little device to ding while I'm out, or I'm going to hear an intercom page telling me that my phone is ringing. So I'm not really worried. It's 3 go-backs. It's like a cake. It was like some crackers or something. I don't know. I don't care. It's 3 items. So I go take that out. And still nothing. It is now 10 to 5 minutes before closing. So I go back out to the spot. His friend is still there in the car waiting. And I'm like, hello, sir. It's me again. I wave. I don't want to knock on his window because that's rude. But I'm like, hello, sir. Do you have any updates on whether or not your friend's going to be back soon? Like, you know, actually, no, this was after closing. I had just done a couple of, like, minor tasks because I was like, I know he's here. I'm just going to wait, like, 10 minutes after getting off, because I'm not supposed to do that, but I was like, I'm going to be nice. I feel like being nice today. I try very hard to be a good person, like I said. So I was like, you know, he's an old guy. He lives out of town. His wife was complaining about that. I'm going to be nice today, and I'm going to wait for him. 10 minutes after closing. So I go out there, and I'm like, hey, do you know when your friend's going to be back? And he's like, no, I mean, he does like to chat a lot with people. And I'm like, oh, great. You know, it is 10 minutes after closing. If you think he'll be okay with it, I can just, you know, bring this out to you, and we can get it all loaded. I'm really not supposed to do this because, you know, he's not here right now, but I really don't mind doing it just this once. All you have to do is, like, let him know that next time he has to actually, you know, show up before we close. And so he's like, yeah, that's fine. I think he'll be okay with that. So I help load up all his groceries. I check it in manually, and I load all his stuff up, and I'm kind of tweaking at this point because I'm like, I'm going to get in trouble either for staying over my allotted shift, or I'm going to get in trouble for taking this out. I can't really win. Whatever. But it's fine. I'll just get yelled at, and my weekend's right around the corner, so who cares, right? I finished taking out his stuff, and guess who starts coming back from the store? And he doesn't even have the item he went in the store to grab, by the way. So apparently we really didn't have the item, and his wife was complaining for nothing because he didn't get it. And he's like, oh, thank you for bringing my stuff out. And I try to explain to him, like, you know, like, you're really lucky because I don't think any of my coworkers would have stayed the same length of time as I had, because nobody's gonna put up with staying 20 minutes after closing just to be nice to a customer. And he doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't seem to care that I did this thing for him. But I'm like, whatever, people are like that. And I go back into my back room to try and finish my closing for the night. Who walks in but my store manager, big head honcho himself. And he's like, did that guy get his stuff? And I was like, yeah, why do you ask? And he's like, yeah, he was following me around the store, cursing and screaming at me, asking where his stuff is, because apparently we have this little bench outside. We call it, like, this is a rude statement, but we call it the homeless bench because, you know, it's where a lot of people congregate, kind of. And apparently he had been sitting on this bench for 30 minutes. Mind you, that's a lie, because 30 minutes ago I was on the phone with his wife and he had just, like, pulled into the spot. So I know for a fact he wasn't sitting there because he wasn't even pulled in by that point. And he's like, yeah, so apparently he had been sitting on this bench for 30 minutes instead of checking in, thinking that was somehow going to beam it magically into my brain that he was here for me to get his groceries. That's not how that works. I'm sorry, what? So instead of like waving me down or waiting when he saw me the first time, he decided to march his happy ass into the store, scream at my store manager and curse at him, going, "Where is my stuff?" You remember how he was asking about his stuff? "Where's my stuff? Do you have my stuff? I want my stuff. Where's my stuff? Why don't you have my stuff?" And Mike's store manager, he's trying to explain, like, you know, they're probably closed now. Like, I can check around to see if he's still here, but, like, I don't know if he's gonna still be here. Like, we're closed. They're closed. And he's irate, apparently. Like, I can't say his name, but, like, my store manager is telling me all this secondhand. And I'm just growing increasingly, like, very enraged hearing him recap this to me. Because all this time, 30 minutes went by, he was wandering around the store, yelling at people, instead of asking me to check him in, or waiting patiently. So I was like, I'm gonna do a nice thing today. And I did all of that for a dipshit who can't figure out how to work a mobile app, or be kind, or act like a normal human being. He just assumes that all retail workers are NPCs that are going to magically know where you are, why you're there, and, like, for whatever purposes. Because apparently I'm also psychic now. That's part of my job description. And you would not believe the amount of times things similar to that have happened to me. I don't know. I got off of work and I just started laughing. Because I was like, what do you mean you wasted all of your time for that? Didn't read all the small print stuff that told you to read people's mind. I guess, yeah. No, it's part of my job description as a retail pickup associate at insert store location. You know, it's it's frustrating. And I'm a little scared about what's going to happen when I go back to work in a few days, because my weekend is always really weird. I've got like a 3-day weekend in the middle of the week. Like, the average person's Friday is my Monday. Like, I start my work week on Friday and then I end it Monday, Tuesday, somewhere around there, usually. But I'm kind of scared about what exactly the conversation is going to be when I come in, because if I get in trouble for helping that guy, I'm going to be so pissed. Like, my store manager gave me a fist bump, so I can at least be like, hey, excuse me, like, hey, like, if he's okay with it, fuck off. Should I give Junebug a nose? I've never actually redesigned Junebug. That's this little guy, like, little stupid alien creature. I don't know if the nose I don't think a nose is gonna help here, but I don't know. I think it's kind of cute with the nose. Oh god, I just got another flashback. Every time I like sit here drawing, I feel like I just start complaining about my job because I don't know. People be crazy. People be fucking crazy. I don't know if there's like another full moon coming or something. But there's this lady. Let's give her a fake name. Let's call her Carrie Karen, because her name in real life kind of rhymes. Carrie Karen. She works. Give you fall for something you don't control. I call someone because we decline the request or have questions, and they're like, "Excuse me, you work there. You should know all that." And it's like, "Oh, sorry, I totally forgot that I'm suddenly the manager of all departments and all-knowing." Honestly, that's a super valid reaction to have, because some people, you can't win with them. They want to complain and they want to yell because they don't have an outlet for that in their regular day in life. So they have to make it every retail or like customer service worker's problem instead of, I don't know, going to therapy or being a better person. But who am I to make that decision for them, I guess. But the way I try to explain it to people, they don't seem to get it. But like, if you work in an office, are you going to ask marketing to make an accounting spreadsheet? No. If you've ever met a marketing professional, a lot of them can't do math. Like, politely. Like, some of them just can't do math. Like, all the ones I've met. You're not going to ask them to do the work of an accountant. It's the same thing if you go to a retail store. You can't walk up to someone in produce. I had this happen to me. You can't walk up to someone in produce and ask them what the best type of hammer to buy is. This is something that actually happened to me when I was working produce. Like, I'm sitting here with a bag full of celery, and you're like, where are the hammers? What one would you recommend? I don't fucking know. Maybe a pineapple? Because you are one? Or like the opposite has happened and it's like, where can I find the fish? I mean, we're standing next to the fish display, so I mean, maybe there would be a good start. Flip a coin, sir. Head, you take that hammer. Tail, you take the other one. Seriously. Like, I had another customer. This is another real thing that has happened to me. And I kind of felt bad for her because she seemed to be like a really nice person. She was at least polite about it. But again, I work pickup. So you know those people who like cart out your groceries to you if you order them online? Yeah, that's me. I also pick the orders. And we are on a very strict timer at all times. And like, this would be a fine question to ask if I had worked grocery. But like, maybe not even then, because grocery doesn't eat all of their products. Like, they can't tell you everything about them. But I had a lady, she walked up to me and she started asking me all these questions. The first one was kind of reasonable, like, oh, where do you find this item? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's just on the end of the aisle on your right. And she's like, great, thank you. And she wanders away. And then she comes back and she's like, sorry to bother you again. Where do I find insert item? And I'm like, yeah, that's going to be around the corner, like next to so-and-so. And she's like, great, thank you. And she comes back 3 to 5 more times, somewhere in that range, an absurd amount of times, like basically asking me about her whole grocery list. And at some point it devolves into questions of like, which cheese brand would you recommend? Do you recommend this one or do you recommend this one? And I'm like, lady, that cheese is $12. I have never bought that in my life. I don't make enough to try the fucking cheeses. I'm not a dairy expert, and I'm not like a cattle farmer. Okay, I can't fucking tell you that. Pick one. Or I don't know, Google it. I can Google it. Do you want me to Google it? I can give you that. I don't know if I like the nose. It's a little off-putting and I don't know why. Maybe if I gave them like little ears. No. I don't think the ears work very well. That's okay. Let's redo the eyes. I think that's part of the problem. I gotta lock in just a little bit to get this to look right. Customers are like NPCs who are just there to annoy you. Life won't give you peace. Yeah, no, exactly. And the worst part is they treat you like the NPC. Like, you'll be asking the questions that you're required to ask by your job, like, hey, do you have any, like, coupons? And they'll just be like, you'll walk up to the car and go, hi, how are you? And be interrupted with, insert name, no coupons. Like, just put it in the back. And it's like, okay, how are you doing today? And I just, like, whenever they do that to me, they try to rush my dialogue like that, like spamming the A button, you know? I just repeat what I said, like, okay, great. How are you doing today? Because, like, you cannot possibly be in such a rush that you can't just answer a basic small talk question. Like, I get it. Everybody has places to be. But you don't need to be an asshole. I think maybe it's the antenna. I think if I just copy and paste the other one, it'll look fine. Let's erase that just a little bit. Try to layer, transform, and flip. Boom. Look at that. It's like it just spawned out of midair. I don't know how that happened. I'm just so talented. Look at that. Wow. There we go. We can adjust that in a second. Hello. Casting magic, I know. And hello to, is that Milsa or Milka? Welcome to the chat. I hope you're having a good day today. But yeah, I don't use anything fancy. I'm gonna be so real. I've had this same drawing tablet since 8th grade. I am now almost 21 years old, and I've been using this every single day, and I will vouch for it every time. I use a UG tablet. I don't know the exact model. Let me flip it over, actually. I just opened my driver interface. That's okay. Oh, you can't even see what model it is because the sticker is worn off. Point is, I got it for 30 bucks. It works just fine. You don't need a fancy one. It doesn't have a screen. If you want a screen, it's going to be more expensive. But if you don't mind about not having a screen, I heavily recommend UG. All you have to do is download the driver. Like, I'm not sponsored, but I fucking love UG. I'm not sure what you mean by no replacement needed. The Artist Ultra 16. I don't actually know what that one is. What brand is that? Like, I don't know. It's... I've been wanting to upgrade mine, but I don't technically have a need for it. Oh, XP pen. I see. I've been looking into that. I've heard that they're, like, pretty decent. I think that... Is that? Maybe just a little bit. I think that's... There we go. There we go. I'm still not sure about the nose, though. Do you have any socials you post art to? Yeah, you can find me at, hold on, I'm gonna write it down, because it's easier that way. That's what I got a screen for. You can find me at RiotSide. Outside. On YouTube, Tumblr, basically most platforms. YouTube, Tumblr, Instagram. You can also find me on ArtFight and Toy House if you're on there. But yeah, it's usually, I think I have it in the bottom left corner. I could try a dot as a nose. Let's try that. That might be cute. It's kind of giving like a... I don't know why. It's kind of giving like Sonic the Hedgehog, just like a little bit. Like with the eye style. Oh, thank you. Maybe I'll give you a follow back. I've been trying to make like more art friends and stuff. Yeah. That's fair, honestly. Like, oh, thank you for the follow. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time. But you're saying you like the XP pen tablet. Yeah, that I have been looking into them. Like, I can't remember what the price range is, but again, I've been looking for an upgrade, so I don't know, it would be nice to draw on something with a screen for a little bit. I'm not sure if it would necessarily make me better at art like I think it would, though, but like I'm kind of convinced in my brain that if I just get a screen tablet, I'm gonna be so good at art, I'm gonna be unstoppable, and that's not how that works. I think the dot nose works. That's just genuinely not how that works. I like the dot a lot more, though. Let's see. Maybe if I gave... I'm kind of scared, but like... Oh. Now it really does look like Sonic the Hedgehog. It's kind of cute though. I don't know. Yeah. But ooh, wow. 980. A loan on PayPal is not a bad idea. Like, I have been needing to build like credit, so that might be a good idea. I was looking like in the $300 range. I think Wacom has a really cheap one for around that price. Maybe a little cheaper. That's the one I've been looking at the most recently. And I've been considering getting an iPad, but I really like I really like Krita and like the versatility of like having a screen that you can connect to a laptop. 765 US, yeah. Good to know. Again, I think payments might be a good idea. I actually hadn't considered that. I just don't do a lot of like payment plans on things because I know that it'd be like, oh, payment plan, and then at the end of the month it's like, hey, you still owe like a shit ton of money, and I'm like, oh no, how could this have happened to me? I try to avoid putting myself in financial situations that are my own fault. I'll revisit this in a little bit. I'm not too sure if I'm liking the eyebrows or if I hate them. Like, what if I fill them in? That's a little better. Yeah, exactly. Like, you get it. It's good to limit it to just like one or two at a time, I think. I think it's also just because like I'm a pretty patient person. I don't feel the need to like I can wait. I'm not super patient, but I can wait, you know. I can wait until I can buy it outright. Plus I made a pretty unfortunate, like not unfortunate, it was needed. I had to buy a new pair of work shoes because the backs on my old ones blew out. But every time I buy like $30 boots, because I prefer safety toe shoes because I stub my like I don't even need them for my job, but I stub my toes so often that it's basically a requirement. But every time I buy the $30 ones, they like get absolutely trashed within a couple of months. And they've just been going down in quality in general over the cover. Doesn't your job cover work stuff like shoes? No, actually. It's yeah. I mean, they recently got like a weird like deal with Nike where you can get like 30% off or something, but that's only if you live in the metro area, and I'm like an hour out from that. I don't even know why they advertised it to me. But yeah, so my boyfriend, he was like, yeah, you should just like get a more expensive pair of shoes, and I'm like, I don't want to spend like to get most. This is just what I've seen on Reddit, and to be fair, to be fair, the genre of people on Reddit might not be the best to look for advice in terms of finances, but the ones they recommended were all in like the $100 range, and I don't like, not even that, like the $200 range, and I don't have that money to spend on shoes right now. So like I I had to spend like, I found a pair of Wolverines online on sale for like $70, and I was like, okay, an unfortunate amount to spend right now, but hopefully that will last me a couple of years instead of a couple of months. Because like I don't know if you guys have heard of boot theory. It's like the idea that the poorer you are, the more you make smaller purchases over time, that amounts to more than just making one big purchase like a rich person would. So I'm attempting to partake in boot theory right now, but that's why I can't make any strong financial decisions for a little while. Reddit has some of the most nicest and the awful people. Yeah, it's because it's, I don't know. People call it a cesspool, but it's like It's more like a melting pot, I feel like. Like, flip a coin, and that's gonna determine how good your day on Reddit's gonna be. I think the sketch might actually be finished. Holy shit, is it actually, like, wait. Gotta add. I gotta add the other eye, and also a little bit down here. Gotta adjust that, I think. It's funny how everything's getting more expensive, but our salary stays exactly the same. Right? Like, I'm lucky because my store is union, but, like, I don't get, like, I get raises more often than the average person, I would say, but not enough to fully be sustainable on my own. I live with my boyfriend, and I have 2 roommates, plus 2 more who are living on my couch. So, um, it saves a lot of money, at least. Um, Sometimes my art is complimented and sometimes is accused of AI and insulted. It's a gamble. Yeah, I've seen that a lot lately. Like, I don't know if you guys have heard of, like, the Is This AI subreddit, but it's a big problem where, like, people will just post, like, not even anything that's AI, just something that's unrealistic. Like, there's this one guy on TikTok who has a pet squirrel, and somebody posted it, like, is this AI? Like, they have a bunch of other videos of this squirrel on their channel, so I think it must be AI, because why would they have access to a squirrel? And it's like, it's clearly not AI. Or, like, they'll post something that's the most obviously, like, photoshopped or CGI'd thing ever, and just because it's fake doesn't mean it's AI. And that extends a lot to, like, the art community, where people are like, you know, like, oh, you have a tangent in your art? Oh, you have a specific art style? Oh, like, you must be, like, nasty and evil and using AI. And it's like, I don't think that's how that works, guys. I think you guys are not good at telling. One room apartment that I pay $750 a month. Damn, is that also in your currency? Because around here, even for like a studio, it's $1,300 USD. Like, my current one is a 2-bed, 2-bath, and we're pretty lucky. We've got it for $1,600 a month. Someone said my art must be AI because it's screwed up, and I'm like, dude, I just drew it quick, leave me be. Yeah, like, just because something isn't polished doesn't necessarily mean it's AI, you know? Like, sometimes people just want to make something silly. They don't want it to be, like, fully proportioned or, like, perfect or whatever, and I don't know, I think it's causing a lot more harm than good to just randomly go around accusing people. Like, obviously, if you have proof, sure, like, look into it, but don't just accuse people willy-nilly. Like, I don't know, it's just, it makes me sad that we can't just enjoy things anymore and we have to question it so much. Yeah, €375 for me monthly. Yeah. Yeah. I think the closest you can get for that price around here, I don't know what the conversion for that is, but, like, I'd assume it's close to, like, 450 maybe here. Or no, it would be lower, wouldn't it? So probably like 200 something around here. Yeah, the only thing you can really get for that price is, like, if you're subletting from somebody. Like, my portion of the rent is around that price, but that's only because I have so many roommates. So, like, I pay about $450 USD a month for my share of the rent. And that includes my utilities. Yeah. Oh, okay, so I was right about that. 438 US. Yeah. Wow. $2,200. That's crazy. Do you, like, just live in an expensive area, or is that, like, just like, generally a countrywide thing? Taking a sip of my energy drink, hold up. There we go. because that's a crazy amount of money. Like I think, God, even in the metro area around here, oh, it's just screwed for housing at the moment. Yeah, I think I heard about that. I didn't hear any specific numbers, so I thought that's a little bit new to me, but I did hear that you guys have a pretty similar housing crisis going on over there. And that must suck. I'm sorry. It sounds a lot worse than my area, at least. To be fair, though, I live in, like, I don't know, like, Oregon's kind of okay with, somewhat okay with housing, but it does get spendy in some areas. It's not great, but what can you do? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just something you kind of have to cope with, I guess. Like, you shouldn't have to, but that's about how I feel about things, too. It's like, I guess I cope. Guess I die. Um, but yeah, like, I actually had to move out of my small hometown because everything in the area was so expensive and overly priced that I literally could not afford to stay in the area, and I had to move 5 hours out of town. We should all just move to Japan and have remote work, then our currency gets converted to yen and we would be rich. You know, it would be a good idea, but I think Japan has they're cutting down on their like immigration a lot. I don't know if you've heard about that, but there's been like a very big anti-immigrant push over there, including for like Americans and Canadians and stuff like that. You know, I would, but I think my boyfriend would be very sad about me marrying someone. I guess we both could marry someone, and it could be kind of like a what's the term I'm looking for? like a it's like when you're like dating opposite in a couple to pretend you're straight. I can't remember what the term is. Polycule, no, not what I was looking for, but that is the Oregon way. That would be the answer as well. I don't know if you guys have heard of like the Tumblr story of the Portland polycule from hell. I recommend looking it up. It's so fucking funny, but it's accurate energy, I think. Lavender marriage. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Because we could do something like that, I guess, but I think he would be very sad. He'd be like texting me every night like, why can't we make out yet? Why can't we just like get married? And it's like, okay, I'm sorry. It's what we gotta do. Yeah, my poor guy, exactly. Um we're gonna attempt to draw the other eye, because the last time I don't know, my last stream I tried to hold on, I gotta burp. That's what I get for having energy drinks on stream, excuse me. Uh, the last time I tried to copy and paste it, it did not look very good. So we're just gonna wing it a little bit. Just talk with your boyfriend and search for a Japanese woman who agrees to the plan, and then you're a pretend couple. Just a pretend couple and can be together. I mean, maybe again, like that is the method. I don't know. It sounds like an unfortunate situation to be put in though, because it's like, if the person doesn't want to be married anymore, what the fuck am I supposed to do? They're gonna haul my ass off. I think maybe that's. I don't think that's. I don't think that looks right. Womp womp. I also have a boyfriend, so I don't think I could get away with that. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so sad. Plus, I don't know if you guys know this, but it's kind of hard to move when you have pets. Like, you have to, like, depending on the country, you have to get, like, I don't know if you've ever heard of, like, an apostille stamp. I'm sure you guys have. It's not a very commonly known thing in the States. But, like, you have to get, like, for some countries, you have to get, like, an apostille stamp on your like veterinary records to make sure you can bring them into the country. And I don't want to leave my two kitties behind. I got one on my lap right now. She's very angry that I bugged her. Never try to move country. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily like a common requirement, but I was looking into like just because like not to get like sad, but just because the situation around here is getting pretty bad. I've been looking into like, oh, how can I leave? And then I realized that it's kind of like a thing where I have to contact my like I think it's like my county like approved veterinarian or whatever, and I'm like, I don't have the money for that. What the hell? Like, I guess I could always leave her with family until then, or leave either of them with family until then. But that just seems unfortunate. Identify as plushies. I mean, if I cram them into the trunk, maybe, but I think Nelly would cry too much to be identified as a plushie. I don't blame you for leaving. Yeah, I want to, but I don't got the money. It's I don't know. I want to, but there's not a whole lot I can do, you know. Did you know it costs $3,000 to renounce your United States citizenship? Otherwise, you have to pay taxes to the United States even when you've immigrated. I'm not joking. That's an actual thing that you have to do. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying not to think about it too much for now at least. I'm trying to enjoy some drawing and get it off my mind just a little bit. Canada isn't exactly doing the greatest guy in power either, but we're at least not. But at least we're not directly in America. Yeah, I've only heard bits and pieces. Um, I heard you narrowly avoided the slightly worse guy, which is good news at least. But yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to visit the U.S. I would recommend waiting until things are much calmer. Like people are nice for the most part, and the places around here are beautiful, but it's not exactly worth some of the stuff going on right now. Like just give it like a couple years and like maybe like a couple decades. I would recommend, but I don't know. Until Trump's gone. Yeah, that for sure. Until a Republican is out of power, at least. But a lot of it is like systemic stuff that needs to be repaired, and But I digress. Not sure if that's. I think it's aligned, but it's not necessarily the best looking right now. It's scary hearing the news every day coming from America. It blows my mind. It keeps getting crazier. Yeah, that's about how we feel down here too. Yeah. I don't know how much you've heard. Like there's this weird misconception I've seen going around where it's like, oh, nobody's like protesting or making strikes or doing anything to actually change anything, and it's like that's actually incorrect. Our news is just very heavily censored. Like Minnesota has a labor board backed strike that they're coming up on around the 23rd. So in a couple days from now, the whole state basically is going to go on strike, which doesn't sound like a lot, but because our states are so large, that's a significant portion of the country, and more states are likely to follow, especially if it succeeds. So it's like stuff is happening, that seeing some of that makes me feel a little better, but it's only like so much, Nerd gear. I will gladly lock myself up in a device like that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know about that actually. Yeah. That's really funny. I don't blame you, but like with the way this timeline's going, it's gonna be owned by like Meta or something, and I don't think it's gonna be quite what you asked for. If I'm honest. Just the same. Where? What is this connected to? I don't actually know. Can I just merge this without having an issue? I think so. Not shocked at all that you guys are striking. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's... Like, we are doing stuff, and that's why I'm so confused about, like, the misconception that nobody's doing anything, that all of us don't care, and it's like, it's not true. Like, our neighbors are getting kidnapped. Like, it's not exactly like we're doing nothing. There we go. I think that's a little better. Maybe Steam will be faster. Yeah, if you're lucky. I mean, Steam would not be the worst company, but it's still a company. Not from out the government, there's a general understanding that you guys are pissed too. That's good to know. I honestly think that a lot of the stuff I've been seeing online is probably like not to get all conspiracy theorist here, but like a tech bro backed psyop to convince everybody that, you know, either nobody's trying or that everybody's against us and like doesn't believe in us. And it's good to hear that generally, like, from other people, that that's not the consensus actually. Because we are trying our hardest, you know, and like obviously saying that isn't going to change anything, but you know, I do think the algorithms online have been pushing one narrative or the other to try and maybe not even just intentionally, but because it's what gets a rise out of people, it just pushes that kind of thinking, I guess. Our country always just sees ICE agents being harassed how they work, and that's yeah. Yeah, ICE agents. One of my favorite genre video right now is watching people like protesting while ICE falls on their ass by slipping on ice in Minnesota. It's just really funny to watch them fall because you can tell they have never worked an actual job a day in their lives. I don't think that I is still correct. Let's see. I'm not sure what's wrong with it though. I think I gotta just like erase this whole part. Oh wait, no. I gotta erase this like whole little part right here, I think. If I flip it, maybe. No, it looks fine flipped. You're working on a pngtuber, right? Yes, yes. I don't know if you see the stupid little face in the bottom right-hand corner. That is a placeholder I made a very long time ago, and I never got around to actually making one because I'm lazy. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna draw one on stream and hopefully get some input about what the design looks like and, you know, have some fun doing it. So that way I can actually make more art streams that don't look like dog water. Oh, nice. Congrats. Like, if it's on your Instagram, you said you followed me on Instagram, so I might go take a peek over there and see what you got going on. I'm happy that you managed to finish yours. I think that's I somehow made this look worse by redrawing it. But yeah, it is like kind of a slightly long process, but like I'm not doing one of the heavily layered ones at least, so you know. I like your funny face. Thank you. This is a little fun fact about me, but I actually have an overbite in real life. So that's what this is right here. It's not quite as pronounced, but you can see it in photos. And I like adding like little bits of who I am into my sonas and stuff like that. I somehow made the eye even worse. Let's adjust it just the slightest bit. There we go. Maybe? No, the people still like... You know what I could do? You ready to watch another magic trick? Wow. Wow. How did I do that? Wow. It just spawned in. I don't know how that happened. I do actually have a Discord server. I just haven't figured out how to set up a bot yet. Hold up. I'm casting magic again. Woo! Be afraid. Be so afraid. I do have a Discord server. It's not very well set up. It's kind of ugly. You gotta be prepared for that. How the fuck do I add an invite? There we go. Okay. There we go. I am going to paste it in chat real quick. Because I haven't figured out how to set up the regular bot. So, you know. I just built my own server and it's shockingly difficult. Right? Like, the organization especially, like, you wouldn't think it's a difficult task, but it takes a surprising amount of effort to get it to look good. And now I'm a little like, oh, I don't know if this is... Welcome to the Discord. I don't know if it's necessarily well organized, so now I'm a little nervous. But yeah, it's got a bunch of different channels on there. They have like, what was I gonna say? There's a reaction role for every single, what was I gonna say? I'm having a brain fart. I'm gonna drink some more energy drink, that'll fix me. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of different story projects I'm working on, so there's a bunch of different reaction roles if you're ever interested in those. You're not going to hear about any of them for a really long time, but I'm hoping to at least start on maybe Babel this year, or maybe... I have a couple different stories I'm working on. Either Babel or Mirror Point. I'm not too sure yet, but I'm hoping to do more stuff like that soon. If you need help setting it up, I can help you. I've been working on this service for years. I'm not sure what that redaction is. Let me open up my mod panel. Not sure what you just got curb stomped for. Hee 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 hee. It blocked the word degenerate for some reason. That's really funny. I actually gotta go in and fix that. That should be an allowed word, I think. I'm 19 and just have no life. Yeah, I mean, maybe I might take you up on that at some other point. I'm not too sure. If it ends up getting like more popular and more people are in there, I'll definitely probably need some help with it. But currently, it's just gonna be a little ugly for a while, I think. Twitch starting to hate on me. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I don't know why that's a frowned upon word. I think that's really funny. The word degenerate, I mean. Degenerate. I mean, at least they're looking out for me, I guess. Well-intentioned. Okay, so we can... I think if I make this, like, slightly bigger... Move it down. Do we think that looks alright? I don't know how I feel. Maybe if I like adjust it from like further out like this. There we go. Maybe. Now it's a little bug-eyed. I think it looks fine. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I work on stuff, I start tweaking out. I'm like, oh no, I gotta adjust it. I gotta fix it. It's gotta be perfect. But I think you're probably right. I think it's probably fine. The whole eye go down, not just the pupil. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think I do need to adjust the pupil just a little bit too. I think I gotta like enhance or zooming in. I do think you're right about it being like this, though. So like the iris moves, but the pupil stays in the middle. Yeah, I'm gonna be so honest. I suck at drawing, so whenever I draw, like, hold on, if I were to do it that way, let's just adjust this guy down here. He can sit there for a little bit. We'll try it like that. Maybe it'll look a little better. But like, for some reason, every time I try to draw eyes like this, it just doesn't look right to me. Like, I don't know what about it, like, bothers me. But like I don't know if that makes sense. It just... Try drawing on it and looking at my screen, trying to draw without looking at the tablet. I would cry. So I'm shocked that you can do it so well. I'm gonna be so honest. It was so hard. It's a process of trial and error. The first, like, going, especially from traditional where you're looking directly at, like, your paper and watching it react in real time, to a tablet like the one I have, it was incredibly difficult. Everything I drew looked like it was drawn with my left hand. So, like, it's definitely a learning curve. You gotta learn to use it kind of like an extension of your own body, and that's very difficult for the first year or two. I would not say it's an easy thing to learn, for sure. Like, let's see if I... Oh, am I on the wrong layer? No, I have a selection mask up again. God damn it. There we go. So that's how you learned your magic. By failing. Yeah, oh. By failing repeatedly. That's correct. And I don't know. That's why I say, like, I don't know how much, like, a different tablet will help. It would probably make me a little bit better, but I'm so used to this one that I worry about it having the opposite effect now. Kind of like, you know how when you go from digital to traditional after a long time, and it just looks like doo-doo garbage. I'm worried that would happen if I got, like, an actual screen tablet. Excuse me, I just burped. Maybe if I make the eyes bigger like that. I don't know. Like, for some reason, it just bothers me when I look at it like that. Like, it objectively looks better, but at the same time, it just bothers me, and I don't know why. Don't know why. Ha 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 ha. That's true. You can still use your screen for it. That is true. I don't know. I'm definitely considering it. Like, it's probably gonna be my next big major purchase. I'm starting uni. That looks good. I'm starting uni in June, so I'm trying to save some money for textbooks right now as well. I think you're right about that looking better. This is why I trust chat. I trust you guys more than myself. Let's see. Yeah, like, that's nice and cute. I like that. It's still bothering me for some reason. I think maybe if I just lean into the size of it, maybe. And then just this. Like that. No, I think that's worse. We'll figure it out. Let's see. We could rob the bank together. I would love to do, like, an old-fashioned bank heist. Like, I don't know, maybe I've played too much Red Dead, but but, like, the concept is, I don't know, it probably wasn't back then, but, like, the concept of, like, horse-based train robbery is very funny to me. Let's cut that out just a little bit. It's like carving. something like that. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. It just wasn't round enough, I think. And that's why it was giving me that off-putting vibe, is because it was oblong instead of round. Okay, now we get to do the other side. Horses and ropes, and then go to an old gas station. The cops won't believe them when they say they came on horses, officer, I swear. The worst part is, like, I say this like I'm genuinely a bank robber. I promise I am not a bank robber. I promise. But, like, everything is, like, digital nowadays. Like, a lot of the places around here don't even have safes or cash or anything like that. It's all online. Like, it's digital. Nothing is real. The money doesn't exist. It's just, it doesn't exist. It just lives in the ATM forever and ever. That's what we all say. Don't worry, I won't tell our little secret. Is this gonna be a running gag that I'm a bank robber? I think that's a good running gag, if I'm honest. There we go. Okay. Bring that up just a little bit like that. Then we gotta make this one less oblong as well. There we go. And if I, like, chop this like that, maybe, and then bring this down a little bit. I think that might work. Maybe. Just a little bit. I think if I just erase a little bit of this tail end, it might work better. I could also just, like... No. Criminal bank robber. At some point, if you get so famous, even the police joins on it, and then we tell the story behind bars. Then we can do a jailbreak heist. See, that's the real trick here. We gotta rob the bank purely so we can do a prison escape. See, that's the fun part. That's the thing that most criminal forums won't tell you. That's the supervillain secret. If you're ever bored, just get arrested. I think if I bring this down, maybe. We're in the adjustment phase. It's gonna be just a little bit more of this until we can finally move on to line art. My least favorite stage of the process, but we will make it work. Okay. When we break out, we're rich. Exactly. Rob the bank, hide the money, throw each other in jail, then plan the escape. Have one person outside to break the other one out. Only one of us gets caught. We can pretend that it's like a one-man operation. So that way when one of us gets arrested, they don't go looking for the other one until it's too late. Alright. Not the best face I've ever done, but I think I'm gonna let that live. You know what it is? You know what it is, guys. Hold up. This It's my fat nose. Yeah, there we go. That looks a bit more proportional, I think. Or maybe I'm tweaking, I don't know. What do we think, guys? I think the nose is perfectly sized. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it is a good size, but I think it's like in terms of the angle. Maybe if I just move it a little bit. That might be the other issue. Yeah, I think it's just the location of it. That's the issue. I make it just a little bit thinner, but there we go. I think, yeah. I think you're right about that. Boom. Looks a bit rounded. Might be me, though. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, it is, like, a bit... It's kind of an... Oh, what's happening? Why am I glitching? I don't know if you saw that. My cursor was floating away from me for a second there. It was like my computer was possessed. It was so scary. Okay, just like... Oh, whoops. Wrong layer. Go to this one. Let me just adjust that like that. Maybe this one needs to be bigger. Maybe that's the issue. I'm doing that thing where I tweak out again. Here we go. We'll leave it be for now. I can fix it more in the line art stage. I'll like adjust it one more time just to get the angle a bit better, but I think we're gonna have to live with that. Skaped knows our plan. It's off to tell. It's the police informant. We're kind of screwed now. No, it's okay. I don't think any art is bad. Okay, I think every art every artist has to start somewhere, you know. And just because I tweak out about one thing does not mean that you can't still have fun and enjoy your work. I don't think the quality of your work is determined quite literally by the quality. I think it's determined by the enjoyment you get out of it, you know. And I'm one to talk, like, I'm a hypocrite for saying that, but like, I don't know. Get rid of your mouse. Is there a mouse on the screen? Yeah, exactly. The art made you happy and helped you get to where you are. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously fundamentals are important, but if you're focusing all your time on fundamentals, then you're never gonna actually be able to create something you enjoy, and that's also going to be something that bogs you down, because if you're not creating out of imagination or creating out of like joy, then it's going to bring you back into that art block, and it's going to make you not want to draw anymore because you're so focused on improving in your studies that you don't actually improve. Because your creative muscle, the one where you draw from imagination, is just as important as the one you use when you reference something like a photo, you know. And that's good advice that I've heard. I can't remember who I heard it from, but it's also a skill, and it's something. Learning to enjoy art again is a process that has taken me a really long time, but I think I'm finally at a point where I'm like, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't need to be perfect. At least I had fun with it, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as you keep drawing, eventually you're gonna reach a point where like everybody wants to improve, even professionals feel the need to improve. They still feel like they can improve in some areas, and that's just like it's a part of life, you know. As long as you keep drawing, it's gonna get to a point where you're at least somewhat happy with it, you know. But everybody wants to improve at all times, you know. Like I have a lot of old. If any of you guys have like Tumblr or anything, on my Tumblr I have a tag I post under. It's Riot Art Archive, and that's where all my old stuff from like middle school and prior is kept on like that page. So if you ever want a reference to see like where I, for example, started out, it's not pretty. Everybody starts somewhere. Okay. I think we're finally good with the sketch. I just need to figure out what to put on the shirt. I don't know if I want to do like a pattern or like a texture. Or just like solid, because I don't know if you've heard of like the excuse me. That energy drink is really killing me. The 7-point rule. It's not an element of design, but it is an element of fashion, where every article of clothing has a certain point total like determined by the complexity. And sometimes I like to apply that to my designs. So like this hat, because it's so busy in terms of shape language, this, and like including the horns, this area would be like a 3, and I would consider these pants a 2 maybe. So like we're already at a 5-point total, so I'm not sure if adding a pattern on the shirt will make it too busy or not. Never sure if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I completely get that. That's exactly how I feel whenever I'm like sitting here adjusting things back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. You know, um, it's you know, it's hard. Um, Small shirt pocket. That's genius. I didn't even think of that. I could put like a pen or something in it. Oh my god, you're so smart. Holy shit. Wait. Because then it's not going to be super busy as a pattern. I still think I want it to be textured, but I think the pocket idea is genius. Because I could put like another pen in here. I suck at drawing pens, but something like that. But also striving for improvement at the same time as a balance. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a feeling you have to grow comfortable with in order to like continue enjoyment, because I was very much stuck in like a position of like, oh, I really don't want to draw anything because it's not going to look like how I want it to look. And you know, like obviously that feeling sucks. Like it sucks that artists have to feel that way about their work, you know. But I think that's kind of the personality trait that makes us artists, you know. Yeah, I think that's genius. I just gotta size it up a little bit. And it fills this tiny little empty space quadrant in the design. Nice. And it matches the pocket down here too. Let's see. I go like that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is, oh boy, this is gonna look sketchy. I'm gonna copy and paste it, and then I'm going to, let's see, on this layer I'm gonna erase everything that's a copy underneath that I don't need a copy of. Okay, so I don't need this or these. This. You know, it might be easier if I just go to the group and copy what I want. How do I want to do this? I could also just, let's see, what layer are these on? Okay, these are all in the same layer, so if I copy, you'll see what I'm doing in just a second. Locked in. There we go. So, no, it's this layer that I want. So if I copy paste, and then I turn this one off, not that one, this one off. What am I doing? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted. Having a brain fart again. Yeah, an hour and a half per drawing is actually really impressive. I would love to be at that point at some point. Um, yeah, and also, yeah, it is a future me problem, but it's now a current me problem. But yeah, I would really love to be able to have that kind of output. That's why I've been trying to draw more often, because you can only kind of get faster if um you can only really get faster if you draw more. So you gotta get used to like certain fundamentals and just patterns and oh, that's gross. I don't like that. You know, I think I just have to like we're gonna redraw them again. That's gonna be the goal. Took about a year of limiting myself to that. Now I can do requests on streams. I can do them in one sitting pretty easily, not to advertise. I do want to follow you on Twitch, though. I would be interested in seeing what you got going on. Let's see. There you go. I'm going to send you both a follow. There we go. do requests on streams so I can do them all in one sitting. Yeah, I want to do that for sure. Like that's a really cool thing that I see people doing, and I really like. I don't know. I really like that style of content because I think it's like I like how fun and interactive it is. Like I've been doing a lot of requests on Reddit and stuff because those aren't as like stressful because they're not live on stream. But I don't know. I would love to do an art request stream at some point. Yeah, make it just a little bit larger. Yeah, like that, I think. Yeah. There we go. Bye. Here we go. I need to switch to a raffle system though. I've been streaming for a week and I'll be honest, there's been far more people than I predicted. People love free art. They they will line up so fast if you say free art. It's like you will not be able to blink before you have another request in. That's why I haven't done it, because I'm so scared of being like, oh, drawing stream, and then I'm there for like 6 hours or something trying to make sure every viewer gets something. Because I would feel bad otherwise. Yeah, it's a little intense having so many people like I've seen it mostly on Reddit, like I said, but like having so many people just show up like, hey, I heard you're doing free art, and it's like, oh god, there's so many of you. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the exact vibe. Like every time I like watch a free art stream, just because I like to watch people draw other people's characters, I think it's fun, and I like drawing other people's characters too. It's scary. 400 comments. Yeah, it's so intense. The raffle system is such a good idea. I'm not sure exactly how one would implement that, but it seems a lot easier to manage at least. You know what I could do as well? Ooh. I'm getting too let's see, I'm getting too adventurous right now. Do it through channel points, they actually have to watch and spin a wheel at the end of the stream. That's really smart. And it also encourages people to like to like come back the next time, because they're like, oh, is it gonna be my turn yet? And they're gonna show up again and again and again until they get it. There are 4 people in this live, only fucking me, the other 2 fell asleep or are drawing right now. Who knows? I mean, I don't really mind. Like, I like chatters a lot, trust me. It's really nice to have people to, like, chat to, but sometimes people just want, like, background noise while they draw. I think one of them's probably me, though, because I use my phone to keep up with chat, so that way I don't have to connect my TV as a second monitor. I like to draw in bed, so I have it pulled up on my phone, so that way I can participate at a decent like pace, I guess. Actually want to watch him play ads. That's true. Yeah, I don't blame you for sure. Like I guess I'm just not in a position where I have to worry about that kind of thing, but it does make sense that it would bother you. I mean, if it bothers you, I'm not sure if it does. But yeah, I can understand. Yeah. Let's see. I do think, didn't Twitch recently change something to where it's like you have to have a certain number of active chatters in order for the views to count though or something. I can't exactly remember for certain. That might have just been something they were thinking about implementing and then they didn't because everybody was like, why the fuck would you do that? Can't draw anything without anything in the background. Yeah, exactly. Like if I wasn't streaming right now, I would definitely be watching like YouTube. Like I don't know if you guys know the YouTuber Mujin, but I've been watching a lot of like VTuber drama that I don't care about recently just because I think it's entertaining. And he does a lot of good videos about that. He goes over like Google Docs and stuff. I've done a lot of free art for no reason, but alas, I need to make a profit to have time to do this. Yeah, exactly. I was actually complaining about it to my boyfriend earlier, because like to meet the requirements for the affiliate program, you have to stream 4 times a week, I think. Or like maybe that's for the other program, but I saw that and I was like, that's a lot more than someone like me is capable of. Like I can try, but like I don't work full time, but that's just because my job doesn't give me full-time hours. But I'm still exhausted at the end of every shift, so I don't know if I necessarily have the energy to be like, hey guys, welcome back to another... like, you know what I mean? So I try to keep it to, like, my weekends mostly. But if you're, like, not in a position where you can stream 4 times a day, it's kind of, like, impossible to even earn money for it, which you would think would be a prerequisite to stream that often for most people. Yeah, I need to do one more stream with a certain amount of live viewers and 7 streams overall. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a crazy amount of time you have to spend, and I think that's why you hear so many stories about, am I the asshole for, like, being pissed at my husband who quit his job to stream Twitch full-time, and it's like, that's the reason people do that, is because that's the only way to get to a full-time Twitch position, is to just stream so super often, you know? And I try to do it where I can just because I think it's fun and I like talking to people and building a community and stuff. But it is stressful, you know, especially to like open up so much of your life to hours of chatting. Like my voice is very, very dry right now. I'm a full-time student at the moment and I will work full-time after. I hope I can eventually make this a part-time job, but we'll see. That's about how I feel too, yeah. Like, it's, you know, I hope that works out for you, because I would love for more people to be in a position where they can at least earn some passive income doing something fun like this. Because I started this, like, stream a lot by, like, just complaining about my job. Mainly because people love to hear people complain, but also because it's just, it comes from a place of genuine sickness with working retail, you know? Like, a job like that, like, I remember there was that controversy about some Twitch streamer being like, this is one of the hardest jobs you can have. And, like, to an extent, like, the personality aspects, sure, that's gonna be really difficult to be entertaining for so long. But, like, I would love to do this at my desk all day instead of hauling 50-pound totes around. I think I'll ever make full-time through art streams, but part-time would be great as half my income. Exactly, like, it's a good, like, it's a good side hustle to have, like, especially if you find it personally fulfilling or entertaining at all, because at least you can, you know, make a little bit of extra income and have fun while doing it, you know? YouTube and Twitch at the same time, 2 platforms plus more viewers. Only problem is once you become famous on Twitch, they make you sign that you can only stream on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. That's something that concerns me. So I don't know if I'd ever even end up in that position to begin with. I think Streamlabs even has it to where you have to pay their premium service to multi-stream. I don't know if they changed that or not, but that's why I don't multi-stream, is just because I'm familiar with Twitch and you know, I can't really afford a random subscription for streaming. I mean, maybe if I ended up getting enough of a demand for that, but, you know, currently it's not super sustainable. I love the few streams I've done. Talking to people is great. My viewers have been so kind too. Yeah, exactly. Like, I really feel that. Like, it's nice to make friends and, like, not like I don't know, like I like to think of it as making friends. I like chatting with people and talking about my life, talking about their lives, and seeing what they're doing. It makes I don't know. I like drawing solo, don't get me wrong. Like, it is a fun hobby for me to have, but having someone here to talk to while doing it is just really nice because I get to, like, talk out loud without feeling crazy, and explain my process and actually have fun while doing it. OBS Studio, that's true. I can't remember why I switched off of OBS. I used to use it. I think I just really liked the different channel features. I don't know what it's called exactly on Streamlabs, like where you can switch between like different styles of broadcast, I guess. Um, uh, we are your friends now. Yeah, I like having friends. You guys seem cool. Uh, I like chatting. Um, we made plan for robbing banks and escaping jails. We were more than just friends. We were family. Exactly. Family in arms, family in crime. It's fulfilling to get feedback while you work and make a little community for yourself. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of this drawing has been helped by people, like popping in to give their suggestions. Like I had a guy yesterday who helped me like figure out the positioning of the hat, and that was super kind. And then obviously I had you guys help me with like the nose and like the design of Junebug over here, and with the pocket, which is not currently active, but you know. Maybe if I add the eyebrows back, it'll be less scary looking. Hold up. I gotta, like, ignore the fact that this is a little scary to look at right now. I promise it'll go away soon. This is not the layer I wanted, is it? Yeah, it's not. Okay. There we go. You're putting so much effort into your pngtuber. Mine took like an hour. I have no patience. Respect. Yeah, I just stress out. Like, I shouldn't, but like, I just like things looking nice, I guess. I think, honestly, the eyes are fine. I'm probably gonna leave them alone. I think you're right about me putting a little too much effort into it. Yeah, I am gonna go over to... here, or let's undo that, or what am I doing? Okay, I'm over here. Okay, Nilly, I love you, kitty, but you cannot be eating my headphone cord right now. I don't think rubber is a good part of your digestive diet. It's not going to bring you the amount of nutrients that a little kitty deserves. Add a nuclear bomb just for funsies. Honestly, vibes. I don't think I would, but vibes. Let's see. What am I doing? Okay, I need this layer connected to this one. Start ripping that up. Okay, so I don't need... Oops. I don't need... I just need to adjust the eyes. My cat loves Doritos and will fight me for them. She's such a sweetheart, but not when it comes to eating those. Seriously, my cat... I have 2 cats, okay? I have... You know that meme about, like, oh, the cat that made me convinced I needed another cat versus the second cat. Nellie's the classic second cat. Our first cat, Pepper, she's so sweet. She is quite literally a ball of anxiety. We need to get her medicated for that. Like, she is... constantly nervous about everything, and she's the sweetest creature on this planet. And we were like, let's get her a friend. She throws up when she's alone at the house all day, so let's get her a friend. And we got Nelly. So far, she has committed so many crimes against humanity, I don't even know where to begin. She has been shitting in our Monstera for like months now, and we only found out recently, and that's where the weird smell in our living room has been coming from. So we have to switch her to some weird bougie litter. Be a little goblin, Nelly. You can get away with it as a cat. Seriously, every day she commits a crime, and I go, you're so lucky you're cute. You could not get away with that if you were a grown man. how do I want to go about this? I'm kind of tweaking just a little bit. Because... Okay, I do need to copy that layer in full. If I bring it up here, so I can disable that, and then I can erase the eyes. I like it. She kind of looks like a little stuffed bear or something with the face, like a little plushie. I'm a bunny person. I love bunnies. They're so cute. I've never had rabbits before or bunnies or anything like that. But they seem so sweet. Like, I saw some at a farm store the other day, and I was like, oh, little guys, and I took a picture. Okay, so this is... Okay, that's... Well, I'm deleting that. I don't need that anymore. Okay. We're gonna be combining this with the layer below, because then we can disable that and turn this on, or vice versa. Okay. I promise I will combine my layers at some point. They're just gonna be a little bit of a nightmare right now. Cats and dogs are for me, but rabbits seem like a great option too. From what I heard, they are a lot of upkeep though. Like, I can't remember exactly what I've heard, but I have heard that they take more upkeep than most people would assume. Which is fair. I think more people need to realize that rodents aren't just something you can... Are rabbits technically rodents? I think they are, right? Or are they something else? But either way, I digress. I feel like people need to recognize that small animals are also... Like, they also need a lot of enrichment, you know? There we go. I think that's... We can reactivate that. Okay. I do think maybe I'm going to have to... Where is it? Oh god. This is why you don't ever reuse your layers, guys. Oh god. Oh god. They are. I had a bunny and a cat once, and they got along so well. They always played so much, but also when I was there, it just came to cuddle. Sadly, once my bunny was gone, my cat was sad. Oh. Yeah. That is sad. It's cool. I always like it when animals like are able to make friends, like unlikely friends. I think that's like a really sweet thing. I am sorry for your loss, though. Hence, I haven't gotten one. Dogs and cats seem to be the right amount of effort needed. Yeah, I agree. Like, I really want, like, either a rat or, like, birds. But birds live for fucking ever. And they are a lot more upkeep than most people who get a bird understand. It's been quite a while now. She had a nice life. Either way, I'm sure you guys were close. And I know for some people, it never really, like, fully goes away. Can never tell if my cat and dog are fighting or playing, though. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Like, my mom has, I guess I should say, a cat named Tofu, who was raised by our dog Orca. And Orca is a sweet dog, but she's fucking huge. She's Shar-Pei, Malamute, and Great Pyrenees, so she's huge, okay. And she likes to play by stomping, and for some reason he thinks that's fun, and he's like, "Yep, stomp on me. We're having a great time." And I don't know how that exists for them. My cat will leap at my dog with her claws, Captain, so I think they're playing. Either way, neither is too upset after. Yeah, I think that's a good sign. Like, as long as no blood is drawn and you don't hear hissing or, like, growling or generally upset noises, I think it's probably mostly fine. You know, like, I don't know. I'm not an expert, though, so... I might just have to... You know what I might do? What is this? What is... Hello? What is this layer here? What are you connected to? Oh, okay, yeah. That was my laziness. That's what it was. I have an idea. We're gonna attempt my idea. Okay, so this is where I don't need both selected. There we go. Okay. We're gonna merge a bunch of different layers because I don't need a bunch of them anymore. I'm not gonna merge this, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not gonna merge that. Just for now. Then we merge this. Now if I... No, that's not gonna work. I gotta do one more thing before I can do that. If I copy and paste that and then I just delete the face. Okay. Alright, I know this seems kind of questionable, just trust the process. I think I'm cooking. This is why I need to organize my layers better, guys. Okay. Boom. So, now we got this. Now if I just go through and I erase everything on this layer that I don't need another of. I know my dog's happy because she's easy to read, but my cat is a bit harder to know. Yeah, that's... Oh, I didn't realize Nelly left me. Oh no, I'm so sad. On the bright side, I could finally move my legs because she was forcing me into like a crisscross applesauce formation that I have not been stuck in since the kindergarten years of my youth. Okay, so that's still good audio. Hopefully it is. I'm going to lay down a little bit. Can I quickly break into your DMs on Discord just to show you the 2 finished arts and the one I currently work on to get feedback? I'm not a professional, so I can't give great feedback, but if you want to do that... Oh, I killed my microphone. I'm so sorry. I never claimed to be a good streamer. There we go. Okay. Boom. But yeah, I don't mind. I'm gonna probably just quickly take a breather to erase some things real quick, but... Let's see, so this is the layer I need to be on. Don't need a duplicate of that. I don't need a duplicate of these. Oh wait, what the hell? When did I... Oh, weird. How did that happen? You know what, that's fine. It's all, like, copy-pasted anyway. Better artist than I am. Well, I appreciate that. Again, it's only because I put so much trial and error into it. Like, if I took a lot less time on my stuff that I do, it would not be great. Okay, so this is... Where am I? Okay, so this is this face. Okay, cool. We're gonna just go through and erase some things that I don't need a duplicate of. Oh, so now both the faces are isolated. So I can merge this with that. And now they're toggleable. Boom! I got it! Everybody clap. I actually... Oh, wait. I got one more thing I gotta do, but... Let's see. I do gotta copy... This way, okay. Gotta copy that. Put it on this one. Nelly, the door's open. It's okay. Let's see. Send my most recent art in the OC section on the Discord in case anyone is interested. I would love to see that. I'm going to take a quick sec, just one more time, to... Where did the face go? What the hell? What happened? There we go. Paste. Okay, we're gonna combine these two. Maybe that's what happened. Oh, it's because it wasn't visible. That's the problem. I was like, why did it disappear when I did that? Okay, there we go. It's fully toggleable now, guys. That means we can take a quick breather to look at art. Do you guys want me to pull it up on here, or do you want me to just take a peek-see and then chat about it? Okay, let's see. I don't mind anything. Okay, let's see. I have to figure out how I would do that. Oh god, Nelly is committing violence. She's going crazy. Let's see. Let's see. Alrighty. Is there anything... Okay, let's... I think Wolfie asked first, so let's do that. I think... Let's see. I don't want to, like, connect it to my Discord, because I'm going to dox, like, everybody I know. I'm trying to think of which one I want to pull up. Let's see. Let's save this real quick. I think I have an idea. And we can just open a new. And we can just have a temporary file where we copy and paste some things. Actually links to every history of DMs. Did I actually do that, or are you joking? Because I don't think my Discord pops up when I do this. It shouldn't, in theory. Okay. I'm just making sure. Okay, we're gonna pull up a couple of the images that Wolfie sent. Are you still okay with me doing that? Okay. Good to know. Docs everybody. No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing that. Okay, we're gonna pull this one up, and then we're gonna adjust it a little bit. Oh, that was Pepper's food going off. Hopefully Millie doesn't steal it. We're gonna move it into the corner there, so maybe we can pull up. Let's see. Probably do this one. I like the cat doodle in this one. This one's funny. There we go. Oh, my boyfriend is calling me. I'm not sure why he's calling me. Let me quickly check my DMs for him. I'm not sure why he's calling me. Should I? I'm gonna pick up my. Hold on. I'm gonna mute for just a second. I don't know why he's calling me. I'm not sure how to do that. How do I do that? I almost ended stream. That would have been... Okay, I figured it out.
Okay, I am back. Car's extended warranty. Yeah, I mean, might as well have been. He wants me to go check to see if his mail got delivered. So I'm gonna put on my be right back screen because I am gonna go check. I'm gonna go check the mail and then also take a quick pee. I will be back soon. Um, Hopefully not longer than 5 minutes. It's his car's extended warranty. Okay. If stream ends, it's because my cats walked on my keyboard. They're both looking at me like they're about to commit crimes. I will be right back. Okay. I can't remember if I muted. Oh, I'm so old, I gotta crawl back into bed. Okay, I did not mute. Oh god, where did I leave my glove? There it is. Okay. I am now back. I gotta set all my shit back up again because I had to move all of it. I'm kind of just surrounded by cords. I'm going to move things and then I will catch up on chat. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. No package update. There was no mail outside. Okay. So, let's move this into the bottom corner, and I'm going to catch up on chat real quick. Let's see. A BRB screen with a doodle spinning around. You know, that would be really funny. I should do that. I could just draw Junebug again, just spinning in a circle. Or, you know the Ooh-ee-ah cat? I could just do that. Let's see. Congrats on the plush from your boyfriend. He said it was Milsa? Or... I can't remember. Torture device? What are we talking about? Torture device for VR? Oh, the haptic suit. I've only vaguely heard of that. I'm kind of intrigued by that. Get hurt with EMS shocks. Welcome back, criminal. Hurts being shot or attacked. Interesting.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen a lot of people playing around with that stuff, so I'm kind of intrigued. Like, I knew it existed, but I haven't really. I gotta connect my tablet. I forgot to reconnect it. But it sounds like a fascinating piece of technology. There we go. Okay, so we have Wolfie's stuff pulled up. Is there any specific advice you were looking for during this brief intermission in stream? Oh, Nellie's eating the microphone. If it's not correctly on your body, it can sting. Yeah, like, oh, she's on the keyboard. Okay. Yeah, like, in just terms of it being, like, in the wrong spot, it just stings in the wrong area, or it just hurts in general? Oh god, please don't eat the microphone. The torso. Ah, I see. Both torsos look like a line. Yeah, so torsos are actually something I struggle with a lot. For me, this is just my process. Obviously, everybody has a different way of doing it. Oh, okay. Yeah. It feels like a needle, so you gotta make sure to equip it correctly. That makes sense, yeah. Because it basically is. It's just like... I can't remember if it's vibrations or shocks. I think it's shocks, right? Yeah. Assuming I understood you correctly. With torsos, it's kind of difficult. It's something I struggle with a lot, so I'm not the greatest person to ask. I usually start with kind of like a weird oblong square with kind of a slightly triangle base like this. And then you can round it out to pad the hips, is what I usually do. Because you gotta remember that the pelvis sits kind of around this area. And I don't know, it's not, I'm not explaining this the best way possible, but something that has been helpful for me is something I call the butterfly method. So like when you look at a rib cage, it's kind of got, let me pull up my notes so that way I can just reference it directly. I have so many art notes, it's not even funny. I need to get like a cat cam and like a hand cam so that way I can switch between showing my traditional stuff. But like, if you look at the bones of a rib cage, you've got the spine going down kind of like a pillar almost, like this in the center. And this kind of like triangle-ish bit right here. You know, and I like to think it looks like a butterfly, so instead of like making shoulders straight perfectly like this, sometimes you want to angle them to align with the collarbone. So in a skeleton, that'll look kind of like this. It'll go up a little bit, and it'll connect. I'm referencing a specific drawing right now, so it's not going to be fully anatomically correct. But it connects to this like weirdly shaped bone like this. And then the shoulder slots in right here and goes down, or like with the arm. But the actual rib cage is kind of like this wing shape. So like when you think of a butterfly, it's got like this wing on the bottom. Kind of imagine that like the shape of a bee almost, and it rounds out like that. So you got to think about the fact that there's that kind of like shape there in order to give it some dimension. Or at least that's what I do. Again, it's not fully atomically correct because I'm not fully referencing it properly. But like, so for example, if I wanted to draw this pose where she's just standing at her side, probably something like this, you know, gotta align the shoulders. It's not gonna look good, I promise. I told you I'm not a professional. But you know, you gotta pull out that butterfly and connect the shoulder, you know. And then usually I do like a triangle. Something interesting about the arm too that most people don't realize is the upper arm is longer than the lower arm because it's balanced out by where the hand sits. So these two parts are even, but only because the hand is there, you know. Because the actual bone itself is shorter
than this part of the bone right here. I don't know. Again, I'm not explaining it very well, but just something similar to that, you know. And you know, the pose is like just a tad stiff, but like, you know, that might be the intention. There's nothing wrong with necessarily having a stiff pose depending on what exactly you're going for. But hopefully, yeah, I'm glad that makes sense. I'll leave this on screen in a little bit if you wanted to screenshot it. I actually I can send a picture in the Discord that looks a little better. And that's, there we go. And I'll crop that and I'll send that in the Discord so that way you have like the actual drawing I've done of it, of the shapes and stuff that are in that region of the body. Excuse me. Open my Discord. I'll put it in media sharing, I think. Is this the right one? Yes. I'll put it in media sharing. I guess technically it would fit better in art and OCs, but shh. There you go. That's my paper notes right there. The OO suits, you can see how the connectors look like on your bare skin. Ooh, interesting. I'm kind of curious. Oh, wow. Okay, so it is kind of like little shock prongs. Interesting. Huh. I've seen a lot of memes about VR chat like phantom pains, and I guess if somebody's wearing this, technically it's real, so... Oh, Jesus. My cat just took a fat dump. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's see. Let's erase some of this. Make myself some more space. Alrighty. And yeah, and just some like general advice for like posing and like anatomy and stuff like that. I know people hate to hear it, but like gesture drawings and life drawings are what you got to do. So like this pose here, if I were to be like pointing, probably be another helpful tip is the shoulders face the opposite of the hips in a dynamic pose typically. Like depends, but like typically speaking, that's some advice I've heard at least. You know, it's like the gesture of this would probably be like kind of that kind of angle. I don't know. Alrighty. And then I think, let's see. I'm not sure, let's see what else. Yeah. Generally though, I really like the kind of character designs you've been going with. The only thing I can maybe suggest is I think this is supposed to be sketchy, so maybe not, but like I do like the character designs. I think they're very like cute, like cutesy and like fun to look at. Like this has a very distinct silhouette, I feel like, and so does this, which is really good to have in art in general. Yeah, and I think, let's see, Milsa, I think, or yeah, I think they said it was Milsa. I promise I'm trying. I'm so sorry. I'm bad at reading. Let's now pull up some of what they have sent. If they're still okay with that happening. Hello, Nelly. Let me check your butt. You stink. I hold her like a shotgun. Okay, she's good. She stink, though. Okay, cool. I am right. Perfect. Just making sure. I always feel bad when I read people's names wrong, because I want to make sure I'm being nice to everybody. Ignore the and. I get you. Let's see. We're gonna pull that up. Let's see. Oh, I'm in the wrong server. That would be why I'm confused. I'm like, this isn't. Where's all my stuff? No. We're gonna scroll, and then finally we end up in art and OCs. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, these are beautiful. We're giving Milsa a plug right now. Okay. We're gonna copy image. This one's really gorgeous. I love the way you use color in your work. And like just the composition of this is lovely. With like the backlighting and the like just the red against the white is really good contrast. I don't really have any, like, I would argue you're a better artist than me. I don't really have anything to say. But this is lovely. Let's see. And I really, really like the composition on this one. Let's see. I really like the flowers in it. Oh, I copied the same one twice. Whoopsies. Ha 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 ha. We're trying this again. Okay, there we go. We gotta size that down to fit in the screen. Yeah, like the colors on that is lovely. Like I really like this little beam of light over here in the corner. I don't know, I like the hot pink contrasted with like the soft kind of pastel pinks. I think that's really lovely. Wow. Not looking for critique today, just sharing, I suppose. That's okay. Like, I wasn't sure what your vibe was, but I just wanted to make it very clear that I don't think I could provide it, even if you wanted it. I might have to go get some water in just a minute, but you know, these are really lovely. I don't know, I think these are great. I'm definitely gonna pop in to see your process, because I would love to see how you create something like this. Glad to even have a line made. Yeah, no, I feel that. I genuinely feel that so hard. Like, let's see. If I, oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Oopsies. If I pull up, like my recent ones, you can see doodle. This is what I can make in like a couple of minutes. This is a doodle of my cat Nelly. Or this one, which is my cat Pepper. I cannot make anything quite that level in a decent amount of time. Like if I were to pull up, let's see. I think this is my most recent piece. This is a request I did for someone on Reddit. I think this took me close to 11 or more hours. So a couple of days. I like the kitties. I know, they're really fun to... Oh. Nelly wants to draw now. Oh, there took a little over an hour. Wow. That's so impressive. I'm glad you think the kitties are cute, though. I just wanted to make something fun, and I was like, I'm just gonna doodle some cats. I don't really want to do anything too complicated. Yeah. I am gonna go grab some water, and then I think we're onto line art. I might do a little bit of adjustments. Actually, no, that looks okay. But then we're on to line art. Everybody clap, everybody celebrate. Wahoo line art, wahoo line art. Also, if you guys have not drank water today, this is a threat. Drink water. Drink water while I grab water. Alright, this is another BRB. I guess I'll pull up the screen again. Just because organizational purposes, I guess. Drink water or end up with me in jail. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm not a good bunk buddy. You want to know why? I snore. You don't want to be my bunk buddy. You won't be sleeping for however long your sentence is. Sentenced to jail for quadrillion years for not drinking water. Okay, I'll be back.
Is it cheating if I put it in my energy cup to make it taste more like energy drink? Okay, we're good. We got water. I'm rehydrated. Why did you try to escape prison? My bunk neighbor snores too loud. Exactly. I think that's a justifiable reason. You know how in some countries, I can't remember where it is. I think it's a Scandinavian country where it's considered not illegal to try and break out of prison if you don't hurt anybody because it's a natural need to want to survive or something like that. I think that would be one of their justifiable reasons for breaking out of prison. Germany, yeah, okay. I guess it's not Scandinavian, but I knew it was a country at least. Yeah. Well, what time is it over there anyway? Like, it's gotta be a lot later, huh? It's nice having you here, even with the time zone difference. You're not allowed to hurt or break anything inside the prison. 3 a.m.? Why are you awake? I'm glad to have you here, but why are you awake? Good God. I used to do that a lot in high school, but if I did that now, I would be dead. I would have died. Alright, now we get to pick what brush I want to use. Why aren't we drawing? Uh-oh. This better not be the infamous bug. No! Okay, wait. Oh wait, I don't have a layer. I'm stupid. There we go. Boom, we have a layer now. Oh, take me off the BRB screen or I'll throw you in jail. I'm so sorry. No. I can't go back to jail. I can't go back to jail. I can't go back to jail, guys. Can't do this to me. Okay, there we go. Right, this goes in this group here. Please, there we go. Okay. Now I get to pick what brush I want to use, because I want to do something different than usual. I want to use a thinner line art style, because I feel like it'll look better with this piece. I guess I could do this at like a really small... Keep burping. Apparently water is more carbonated than those energy drinks. Your jail buddy is missing you. It's okay. I miss you too, jail buddy. You're not gonna miss my snoring though. God, I hate line art. This is gonna be the worst part of the stream, by the way. Pressure system, where it does. I just usually like I want it to have like a certain max capacity if I'm doing thin line art. So like, say I do this, it's gonna have like a thicker baseline, and it's gonna get up to that hugeness like very soon. So I like to have it kind of low when I'm doing a specific type of line art. So that way I can like, you know, I like giving it kind of a sketchy quality as well, so that way I can go in and like thicken up where I want it, you know. Yeah, it could probably be fixed pretty easily. Does this have lyrics? Ew, I'm skipping that. No, can I skip? Can I skip? Oh God. I'm using a website for this. Oh God, shit. Okay, we're gonna live with it. I don't think I can skip. But yeah. Okay. This is gonna be the worst stage, like I said, because I suck at line art and I hate it. But I'm gonna try and make it as quick and painless as possible. This is the goal with the stream, so is the line art stage getting done today. I think if I make this a little bit later. There we go. I already hate that. I already gotta restart. I gotta kill it. I gotta kill it. Hence why I mostly quit. You quit doing line art? Yeah, that's fair. Like, I guess I could just like, you know, go in and just clean it up, but
you know, taught myself how to render over Sketch to avoid it. Honestly, yeah, I completely relate to that. The problem is with the kind of art styles I want to do, it requires a lot of like strong like values and shape language, because like I want to do, I don't know, like my ideal is kind of like strongly contrasted art. I'm not, this one's not going to be highly contrasted, but like that's my ideal. And like strong like dark values, you know, would be something I kind of aspire to. um so I kind of gotta live with it if I'm going to be doing comics and animation and all that stuff, because I'm sure you can do like a lineless kind of thing with that, but I wouldn't even know how to begin with that. Shocking part about the suit is it has an intensity of 80. My arms are on 8. They already move quite a bit. The maximum I can do is 22. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, and I figured you could do it without line art, but again, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. It sounds so much funner, but also it scares me just a little bit. Moving this back into my lap. There we go. I'm not explaining it very well, but I have a specific style that I want to have that I just don't have. And I guess I could just do more art style studies, but... Cheap basic dark values instead on line art. Or there should be a line, just use a dark shadow instead. I feel that. Yeah. Like, I could probably get away with doing that. I don't know. I definitely respect the vibe, at least. I don't know. I really like the way, like, I don't know. I really like the black and white, like, manga styles. Like, in terms of line art styles. I know they typically do that by scanning it in, but, like, I really like those a lot. Line art can be beautiful, exactly. Like, I really like my boyfriend, he has a really cool, like, style of, like, hatching and stuff. I would pull some of his art up, but I don't know how comfortable he feels with me sharing it on stream. He's really good with, like, line art and stuff. To the point where I've been like, hey, you want to line art some of my pieces that I don't want to line art? Or I guess technically he's asked me if he could line art some of my pieces, because he's the opposite. He's not super fond of the sketching or the coloring phase, but those are like my favorite parts. So we've been wanting to do more like shared stuff like that together, because he's just really good at it. I do pen and ink traditional art with hat shading, and it's so fun. Exactly. Like, it looks, I don't know, it sounds fun, but whenever I do it, it looks like shit, so it scares me just a little bit. But like just the result of it is so beautiful, and I love, I don't know, I love the hatching. I don't know if you guys have ever read the book like Hugo Cabret, but I remember I had to read that in school in like second-ish grade, I think, and I always loved the little, it was the illustrated version, like with the novel and the little parts where you could open up the page and it had like pictures. I loved reading that book as a kid because of the art style in it. Books are for smart people. I mean, I did read it, not to humble brag, I did read it in the talented and gifted program. Not that I think I belonged there. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a really good book. Or actually, I can't actually say that. I can't remember if it's a good book because I read it so long ago, but the art was really good. I could say that much. And also, I would argue that you don't necessarily need to be smart to enjoy reading. Like, there's a lot of, like, stuff out there that's, like, fun to read and to enjoy without necessarily having to put in a lot of, like, brain effort. Like, you don't have to read the Scarlet Letter to enjoy reading. Like, some people just like reading Warrior Cats. That's okay. Because at least you're reading something. The only fun reading stuff is the game's text they throw at me. Fair enough. Like, each to their own, I guess. I'm just a big defender of reading. I want to read more. It's just I tend to, I don't know. I'm just so tired all the time. I just don't get around to it like I should. Like, I was reading 1984, but I lost my special edition copy and I don't know where it went. Because I was reading it on a trip and it's just gone now. And I don't want to start a new book until I finish it. So I'm like, guess I die. Guess it sucks. Let's see. You could write your own book. Yeah, I've done a couple of those. I actually have. God, I really am humble bragging today. I do not look this up. I'm not giving you enough information to look it up. When I was in middle school, I was part of a program where they help you publish your own book. So technically, I am a published author. It just brings me so much cringe to think about that I don't write as much anymore though. Yo, Warrior Cats. Yeah, I love Warrior Cats. I'm not as into it as I used to be. I was really, really into it as a kid. I've been enjoying Clan Gen recently, though, and making, like, little OCs in there. House of Leaves is so fucking good. It's very adult-rated, though. Very, very much. Like, the first... Like, not to get, like, above PG-13 over here, but, like, one of the first chapters is literally just him talking about a stripper for, like, pages upon pages. Like, that's, like, one of the first fucking pages in the book. I haven't finished it, though, so don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I've been meaning to read it. I just want to go through it and, like, annotate it. So I haven't, like, I haven't finished it yet. Because I want to actually sit down and enjoy it with some tea. It is a bit much. Yeah, I think that's the point of his character, is that he's, like, really gross. But it does weigh on you. Like, I don't know how far in you are, but, like, heavy trigger warning for, like, I don't know how much I should tell you, because, like, I don't know how far you are in, and I also don't want to get, like, murdered by Twitch for saying what I'm about to describe. Okay, so you probably know what I'm talking about, where he's talking about, like, his jealousy over his boss, and how that, like, turns into, like, you remember that ramble where he's talking about the stripper and, like, an evil... Yeah, you know the one. You know the one. I'm not going to describe it further for, like, Wolfie and other viewers' sake. But it's bad. It's bad. He sucks. I hate that guy. I think one of my favorite passages, though, is the one where he's talking about, like... I think his parents' car accident, and it's just a sentence that spans pages. That's one of my favorite stretches. It really... like, keenly describes his, like, descent into madness. Yeah, that's fair. I couldn't remember how old you were, so I mean, if I don't know. I also just didn't know, like, if it was necessarily your cup of tea, because I know some people are, like, heavily triggered by some things. Not in, like, the ooh way, but, like, some people are just genuinely, like, that kind of thing is hard for them to read, you know? Yeah, exactly. I assume everyone's a minor to be careful. You can never know. There's a minor waiting for you around every corner. That sounds weird. Open for everything. Okay. Yeah, so basically in that passage, he kind of describes, like... He gets jealous of his boss talking to said stripper, and in detail describes, like, dismembering his boss. It's egregious. It's actually so awful to read. I think that's where I had to put the book down the last time I read it. It is a good book, though. I think, since you're not as, like, into reading, I think Nightmind has a really good video, just, like, summarizing it. I haven't watched it, but I've heard it's a great video. So if you ever just don't want to read the book, 'cause it's, like, a thick, huge book. I have the special edition copy on my shelf. I'm staring it down right now, like, the one in full color and all that good stuff.
I have the hardback special edition, by the way. I'm staring at it right now. It's a thick book, so if you don't want to read the whole thing, Nightmine's got you covered. So I don't enjoy those scenes, but the rest is great. Yeah, exactly. Like, you definitely have to put up with his character a lot in order to enjoy the book, but beautiful, but it's big. The special edition one, yeah. I honestly, I like paperback too. I'm a big, I love hardcover, so I got the hardcover version. I'm sure the paperback one is also nice though. Like, it's probably easier to curl up with instead of the other one smacking you in the face all the time. I don't know if that makes sense. We gotta start like a horror readers book club online or something. I want to be in more book clubs, but all the ones around here read like Holleen Cooper. Is that her name? Colleen Hoover. I always call her Holleen Cooper instead of Colleen Hoover. Holleen Cooper. I should not be laughing so hard over that. That's not funny. That's not funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, her books are awful. I've seen so many reviews, I'm not even gonna bother. Like, I've heard so many, like, bizarre excerpts, and they're not even meant to be bizarre, which is, like, the worst part. Call an Uber. You know, close enough. It rhymes, so... Maybe I'll go just a size up, so that way I can do it a little bit faster, instead of sketching in some of the shapes. Yeah, that'll be a little bit easier, I think. Let's see. Oh! Who do we got today? Thank you for the follow, Lawmaster. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Welcome to the chaos. Let's see. Did you want to see my Warriors OC? I recently redid her design since she's such an old design. I would love to see it. I'm not sure if I'll pull it up just yet because I'm very locked in on this line art, but I'll definitely take a look at it pretty soon. Let's see. I'm good with some spice, but it needs to be written well and not like her stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm gonna be so honest, I am like an AO3 degenerate a little bit. Like, not as much as some people, but like... But I'm picky. I'm picky. Like, if I can't read your shit and I'm on AO3 all the time, then that's a problem. You got a problem. You don't gotta pull it up and take a look if you like. I'll take a look. I am intrigued. I am very intrigued. I like the way your art looks, so... Let's see. I'm not sure if or where you've sent it. Let's see. You know, maybe I'll just pin the Discord link while I'm doing this. I fanfic too, but less so recently. Yeah, me too. Like... Oh wait, it's up now. Okay, I'm gonna take a peek-see. I am intrigued. Oh, she's so cute! I like her a lot. My boyfriend does a lot of cat drawings. You guys would probably like to share those. But yeah, I really like the stripe patterns she's got going on. That's really cool. Excuse me, I just burped again. Good God. Oh, you guys put up with this? Yeah. To be fair about not reading fanfic recently, though, AO3 is down right now, from what I heard. I saw Tumblr on fire earlier. Like, very much on fire.
think even my boyfriend mentioned it before leaving because he always reads like AO3 on the way to work in the morning, which is kind of a cute activity, I think. They can't handle it being down. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but like, I don't know if this is like a recent development, but AO3 went down and they immediately resorted to using juggling simulator games. Like, it's a, like, if you go under the juggling sim tab or like the juggling simulator tab, it's really funny. Some people have made some really great stuff over there. I recommend taking a peek if you want a good laugh. Like, there's one where, because you can manipulate the software in a lot of really funny ways, and somebody made one that's just bees. Oh god, there's so many bees, and it's just a bunch of balls swarming one guy. Because I got a boyfriend, I'm in less need for fictional romance. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think that's the other reason why I don't read AO3 as often anymore. I don't really, I have an outlet for that. Like, if I want romance, I can lean over and go, hey, I'm gonna bother you now. Okay, we got kind of a lot of tangents in this little area, but we're gonna deal with that as it comes. I might be able to fix that with just different line art colors. In theory, who knows? Replace boyfriend with plushies. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but that's funny. 3 hours away though, so it's mostly talking through text. Yeah, I can get how that would be hard. At least you get to see each other on weekends though. Like, it's better than some people. I know some people, they're like, oh god, we live 3 hours away, but we, you know, I haven't seen him in so long. And it's like, okay, what do you mean? Just go visit. Take a day trip. Plan on moving in together when I graduate this semester. So, ooh, that's exciting. Congrats. That's always fun. Yeah. I will say it is something to get used to. But like, I'm sure you guys will handle it just fine. I know I have a couple of quirks that took my boyfriend time to get used to. And vice versa. So it is a little bit of a learning curve, but you know, it's really worth it once you guys have gotten settled into a routine and stuff. Put in the effort to drive up. Yeah, exactly. Like, you guys put in the effort, but like, I've seen a lot of people just be like, oh man, it's so far away, and it's like, okay, how far away is it? 45 minutes. That's like less than I commute in a day. You know, like 45 minutes is less than I commute. So, I don't know. I think some people just don't like driving. And I think that's why. There we go. Hi Bonnie, welcome in. Nice to see you. I don't think I've seen you in my chat for a little while. Tested before marriage and all that. Yeah, it's a good thing to like trial run living together before getting married. Like, that is something I will always vouch for. You, like, I know some people are like, oh, like, why would I get married? Like, why would I move in if we're not married? And it's like, because you got to get used to somebody. You got to understand if you actually function on a practical level as well, you know? And I will always vouch for that. Let's see. And yeah, having your own cars is also really good, you know. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it makes travel a lot easier. Like, I was taking the bus for like a year when I first moved up here, and I have so many bus stories. Like, oh god, I'll tell you this in just a moment. Like, it's been a bit work doing stuff usually. Yeah, I feel that. Work has been a lot lately. But yeah, I have so many bus stories. Like, I remember, this is a core memory for me now. I would take the bus to work every day for a year, and it would take an hour to get there just because of all the stops, even though it's only like a 24-minute drive. Because I didn't have anybody to drive me all that way. And I remember one day I got onto the bus, and the buses usually smell really gross. They smell kind of like weird and dusty and kind of like manure because I live in a farm area. But, you know, nothing unmanageable. But one day I got on the bus and it reeked so bad, like something had died in there. And the bus was crowded. This was a really short bus. So there wasn't a lot of like seats available, so I had to go sit in the back next to a random stranger. And I should have known that the reason nobody was sitting in this kind of spot, because there were a couple of seats available at the very back, even though some people were like standing, and I thought that was weird. But I sat down, and I sit next to this random guy, and he gets up at the next stop, so it's not a big deal, and I have a seat to myself. But all the way across the aisle, because I'm at the very back of the bus at the large seat, at the far end of the aisle is this like older lady. Gotta go now. It was great watching stream. I'll be back. Nice to see you. It was really good chatting. Like, I'm glad you had a good time, and I'm glad you stayed for a bit and chatted. Like, you know, obviously feel free to go. I'm glad you had a good time. I'll see you again whenever you decide to show up again, or, you know, I probably am gonna be here for a while, but I'm not sure if I'll be here tomorrow because I gotta do some chores and work on some college essay stuff. But I might be. So have a good night. Got me. Feel free to go. Got me. Imagine you say you will stay. Has anybody ever done that? Like, I don't think I've ever heard a streamer go, you can't leave. Which, like, mods, ban them, they left. No. Like, who would do that? That's crazy. Like, you're in a hostage situation now. But yeah, as I was saying though, so I sit down all the way across the aisle, there's this lady. And I didn't realize the smell was coming from her because it was permeating the air, you know. But I'm sitting here minding my own business. I'm listening to music on my phone. I have one earbud out because it's like really busy. I don't want to make sure if anybody asks if they can sit next to me that I can be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Eventually we get to one of the last stops before my stop. And the lady finally gets up, and I shit you not, I am not kidding. She stands up and the entire seat is brown. Like, there's water on the seat where she was sitting. And it got like infinitely more putrid the moment she stood up. And she got up off the bus, and the smell followed her, but the smell was so much worse now that she had stood up, because the thing she had been sitting on was just open to the air now. Oh no, I know what it was. You know what, like, old period blood smells like? And, like, the mixture of that and, like, other bodily fluids? Yeah, it was that. It was that. And I don't know what she had going on with her. I hope she's doing okay. But I almost threw up. I had to tell the bus driver. And, you know, she's this... The bus driver is this really old, like, stereotypical granny. She's got, like, the big, curly, like, white hair and the glasses. Like, imagine this is your bus driver. Okay? And she gets up with... I'm so sorry, Bonnie. I should have warned you about this story. But she gets up, and she, without gloves, goes and wipes it down. And I don't know, that is now a core memory of mine, and I think about that every time I see the bus drive by. Yeah, I wish you a yummy dinner. I promise, if you go eat dinner, I will not bring up another gross story for at least a couple minutes to give you time for dinner. But yeah, no, I don't know if public transit is better where you guys are, but it's kind of a nightmare around here. So I'm very, very glad that I have a car now. I've gotten a lot done in this stream, I think. Already ate. What'd you have for dinner, bud? I'm just curious. That came out kind of aggressive. Brown, wet, stinking period water inside of a bus seat. Yeah, no, it was gross. And I have more stories like that. Like, oh god, this one's not a gross story. This one's not a gross story. Here's another bus story for you. I work evenings, okay? I don't work nights, but I work evenings. So I usually got off around 8. And then the next bus would be like 8:20. So I would go across the street to the bus stop, and I would sit there waiting for my bus. And one night, I'm sitting there waiting, and a cop car pulls up to the bus stop. And like, the cop helps this guy out of the back seat. He's wearing like a white, like, no, he's shirtless. That's what it was. He's shirtless, carrying like 2 big trash bags of stuff and a backpack. And he gets dumped at the bus stop. And I don't even know if he knows what he's doing. Like, I watch him reach into his pocket after the cop leaves and stuff a bunch of needles into his backpack. And everybody at the bus stop is like looking at this guy like, oh god, what the fuck is happening over there? So, you know, I'm trying so hard to mind my own business, but we get on the bus, and the bus driver, I don't like this bus driver, by the way. He's an asshole. I'm so glad I don't have to see him again. But the bus driver I hate, is like, dude, you gotta put on a shirt to come onto the bus. Like, you need to be wearing at least a shirt in order to get on here. And he's like, no, man, like, no, I like, you know, and saying all this, like, weird shit. I can't even remember half of what he was saying, but it didn't make any sense. But at some point, we've been waiting there for a really long time, and everybody wants to go home. Like, if you're taking the last bus out of town, and it's, like, the transit bus between cities, then clearly you have a long drive ahead of you. You just want to go home, okay? And this guy is holding everybody up to the point where everyone's like, okay, well, like, do you want a jacket? Like, I'll give you my jacket. Do you want a shirt? We'll give you, like, our shirt or whatever. Our overshirt. And, like, even I was considering at this point, like, should I give him just, like, my like, overshirt so that way I can go the fuck home? I just got off a 9-hour shift. I don't want to be dealing with this right now. And you want to know what he does instead of taking anybody up on their generous offer of a shirt? He pours out one of these garbage bags full of clothes onto the concrete outside, rips 3 holes in it, and wears that as a shirt instead. And the bus driver kind of just shrugs and is like, yeah, I guess you can come on. I guess that works. So, you know, why would he do that? I don't know. That's my question. Every time I think about that story, I'm like, why? Like, why? Where did your like? You have a. The best part is the garbage bag was full of clothes. Like you would think he would just pick one of those up and wear that. Welcome, Spooky Skytrain, to the chat and the stream. I hope you're having a good night. But yeah, I don't know. It makes no sense. And when I tell stories like these, you can tell I'm from Oregon, because it's like, like, why? Where else would this happen? Oh, and that's not even mentioning the lady who threatened to kill herself. I'm not gonna get into that one, but I need a shirt. All right, I'll show you a shirt. Proceeds to stab the shirt. Seriously, like, you had 2 better options. Either wear one of the ones in your bag, or, like, accept the offer of the generous busgoers. But no, we just gotta wear a trash bag. That's the answer here today. This spot is giving me trouble, so I'm just gonna move to a different part. That's how I typically do line art, is if it's giving me trouble, I move. I'm gonna drink some more water. I love a good bus stop story that's wild. Yeah. I have so many stories. I don't know if you heard the first one. I'm not gonna repeat it for poor Bonnie's sake, but people be nasty. People be gross. I don't know. Like, I guess I'll tell the story about the other lady. Jesus Christ. This lady, she gets on the bus with her boyfriend, and they are actively in an argument. They are yelling to each other in the bus. You know, they got on the stop after me, and they are just screaming and yelling at each other in the front of the bus. I always sit kind of close to the back with my headphones, because if you sit close to the back, like, you don't want to sit at the far back in case some trouble happens, but, like, it's, you know, at least you're out of the way a little bit. Public domestics is always a sight to behold. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, so she and her boyfriend are just screaming and yelling at each other. I guess not so much he is. Like, he's clearly just, like, done. And she's, like, drunk or something. And she's just screaming. I can't even remember what they were arguing about, but I remember it being the stupidest fucking argument I've ever heard. And my parents argued a lot, okay? Like, a little lore dump about me, my parents argued a lot. So if I'm saying it's stupid, it was really stupid. But at some point, I can't remember if it was the bus driver or one of the bus goers. They were like, dude, not everybody wants to hear about your personal life. Can you shut the fuck up? Like, he literally said the words, can you shut the fuck up? And she goes, well, it's none of your business. And I think it was me or somebody else went, it is our business if you're talking so loud. And, you know, now she's arguing with the other bus goers and causing a big, like, kerfuffle. And the bus driver yells, if you don't stop fighting on my bus, I'm going to kick you off right here. And, you know, she gets very upset by this information that you can't just scream at random strangers on a public transit, like, vehicle. Which you would think isn't surprising, but apparently to some people it is. So, you know, she quiets down for a while, but at some point we're nearing her stop, and she starts yelling with her boyfriend again, and this poor guy, he's got, like, the most dejected, dead look on his face, like this happens to him on a regular basis, and I kind of just wanted to reach over the aisle and shake him and be like, why are you still together? Why are you dating? She talks to you like that? Like, you don't have to put up with anybody talking to you like that, you know? But, you know, so the bus driver follows through on his promise and stops and says, you can get out now. And she goes, you can't just do that to people. Like, some of us are suicidal. How would you feel if I killed myself? That's a lot of energy for a bus at 9:30 p.m. Not exactly an energy, as long as it ain't on my bus. That's basically what he told her too, is he was like, I don't really care if I'm honest. Which is shitty to say to somebody, but like, I don't even know how I would have handled that situation. It was crazy. TLDR, there's more than, like, in America, right? Obviously the reason we don't have... I'm struggling with the voice. The heck is happening on these buses? It's the truth. I'd say the same at my job if I could. I can't though. Yeah, right. Like, the bus drivers around here are so funny because they're like a publicly... Like, they're kind of like a publicly funded service, so they can kind of say whatever they want as long as they're not being egregious. But... Yeah, no, what was I saying? I can't quite remember. What the heck is happening on these buses? I don't know, is the thing. Like, oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, people say in, like, America, you know, that the reason, we're such, like, a car-focused country is because of our infrastructure and, you know, because of, like the lack of funding and all that good stuff, and lobbying, which that is true. It is a true fact. Like, we don't have public transit because our roads have intentionally been lobbied to make them car focused. But you want to know what my theory is? I think the other reason that public transit isn't funded is because you're gonna run into some fucking wacko 9 times out of 10. And some people, they're just not willing to risk that, I guess. So I don't know. God, I'm trying to even think. I have so many. Like, I remember, like, this is a really short story right here, but, like, I remember this teenager and her friends got on the bus, but, like, she was, like, crying and upset or whatever, and it was the asshole bus driver again. And for some reason, she just started yelling at the bus driver, and it's like, okay, girlie, I get you're having a bad day. Me too. Like, I just got off a 7-hour shift, of people yelling at me all day. But, oh, that's what it was. She didn't have $1 for the bus. And, like, it was so evil, though, because, like, I tried to get up to give her $1 for the bus, and the bus driver told me not to give it to her. And, like, fair, but also, she's just a teenager. Like, maybe she's got something going on. You know, she was clearly, like, maybe 15. But eventually he did let her on. I think for free. But maybe that's why he didn't let me pay for her. But I don't know. Maybe she does it on purpose. You know, maybe. I think I saw her one other time, though, and she wasn't necessarily, like, rude. Well, she was rude, but she wasn't, like, crying and screaming or whatever. So that is quite possible. Like, I would not even doubt that. I had a guy one time ask me for cash on the bus. The rest of these stories aren't going to be as interesting, but I had a guy ask me for cash because he was talking about how, like, he just got out of jail and he, like, sold something or whatever. Somehow he ended up with $500. But, like, he got into, like, a fight at... I'm assuming meth was involved here. I'm going to be so honest. I don't think he was being honest. I think meth was involved because he was definitely on something when he was talking to me. This is part of the reason I started wearing headphones on the bus. And he started talking about how he got into a fight outside of a storage locker and lost the $500 and that somebody had stolen it from him. And I felt bad for him, for sure, but, like, he was definitely leaving some kind of detail out there. These stories do not match the lo-fi vibe, I'm realizing. Like, the energy of this stream is, like, way more chaotic, I think, than, like, the music would imply. Buses in the UK are much different from what you've said so far. Lately, it's gotten proper unhinged on some buses. Seriously, yeah, I'm sure. Like, I'm glad to know it's not just, like, a my area thing in, like, a fucked up way. Like, at least there's a general, like, you know, it's always hard to tell if it's, like, an Oregon thing or, like, a general thing sometimes. To a suit, to books, to bus stories. Yes. We're keeping the conversation flowing. Do I necessarily have anything super intriguing to say? Maybe not, but, like, we're having a good vibe. I'm having a good time with all of you and chatting and all that good stuff. So, like, you know, I think it's going pretty good, even if it's a little disjointed. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do here. Actually gonna, whoops. Pull this up so that way my eraser is textured. There we go. I just realized I'm gonna have to do color design. I didn't even, like, think of that before doing this. That's gonna be fun. I think it's a human thing. Walking and you bump into people and keep walking on a bus. You're stuck with other people of the public. It's inevitable chaos. Genuinely. Like, there is no escape. Like, once you're on the bus, you are on the bus. There's good luck. Like, you can get off at the next stop, but then you have to walk home. And I know I said it's a 24-minute drive. That's a 4-hour walk where I'm from. 4-hour walk. So, you know, I'm just sitting here figuring out what I want to do. Kind of failed to voice the character I was going to. That's fair. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, but I am intrigued. Also, only bus I took was pretty chill. Maybe Central Oregon is just built different. Yeah, I'm not gonna say where I live, but I do live kind of in Central Oregon-ish. The area is kind of like it's like the Portland energy kind of just seeps out into the rest of everything and just dissipates. And that's coming from someone who likes Portland. Like, a lot of people are just they really hate Portland for no reason, and I like Portland, but like Portland's a weird place, okay? There's some characters. Don't get me wrong. There's a guy who goes around with a cello and plays on like streetlights. Like, he climbs the streetlights and plays a cello. And be like, nope, I don't want to be on this one with these people. Got off, waited for the next one. It was so much worse, but I had to get to where I was going. Honestly, fair. Yeah. Like, again, like the trains that are around here. I gotta drink some more water. Jesus, I've been talking for a very long time. What was I saying though? Yeah, like the issue around here is like, again, like 4-hour walk, and there's not a lot of stops, and the buses take forever to get, like, because they only show up every so often, you know. So it's like, for example, that like most of these stories, I didn't have another option because I didn't have a ride home, and I'd be walking home in like pretty cold weather and like rain for 4 hours if I didn't take the last bus home, you know, because they end pretty early. They end at like 8, you know. It depends. I don't know. I think there's multiple cello guys. I think the one I'm thinking of is from Portland. He might be from Seattle though. Seattle's also weird, but also good vibes. Let's see. Be funny if it actually ended up being the college. Oh no, I went to college in. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say where. Okay, yeah. I don't think it is. I think you would have mentioned if it's where I am right now. Let's see. Holy shit, it's gotten late. How long have I been streaming for? Holy mother of Jesus. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours and I did not realize. I've just been having that much fun. Context for the voice work I was going to do, I could probably share. Not a super big hyped up project, and I doubt it'll affect much with it. 4-hour stream, woohoo. Yeah, I'd like a little bit of context. I'm kind of curious if you're willing to share. If you're sending clips, I might not watch them until after stream, but like, I am kind of intrigued by whatever you're doing. I always like hearing about your projects. Yeah. And again, it depends on the cello guy. There's a lot. Like, I know there's one that skateboards with goats. I don't even know how to begin explaining that one. I get a lot of cello content on my page because I play cello, so, you know. I've been meaning to rent one because I miss playing, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I am probably going to hop off around 7:30 my time. Not too sure. I gotta go to the whatever you're like. I think Dollar Tree is pretty general, right? I don't think that's a local thing. I gotta go to the local Dollar Tree to pick up some rocks because when is your 7:30? I'm not sure. Like, I don't know what that translates to in your guys's. It's probably whatever hour 30. So like whatever hour your guys' hour is, and then 30. Because for me it's 7:12 right now. So 7:30, 7:45-ish, I'm gonna be here for about maybe half an hour longer. Because I'm enjoying the vibes, but I think I told you guys recently, or earlier, Nelly has been, my cat Nelly, has been shitting in the Monstera, and I have to put some rocks in it, so that way she doesn't want to. So 4:30 your time. I forgot you've been up so long. You were... you gotta head to bed at some point. Don't drain yourself, you know, sleep is important. I used to think I didn't need sleep, and then I got a job and got a regular sleep schedule, and I feel so much better than I did in high school. Just an AU I've been working on, original story, gonna be fully voiced. Got the artwork for it, just haven't been able to figure out voicing V yet. Sleep deprivation. Been able to figure out voicing V yet. I mean, you could always look into, asking, like, a friend or something. I know V is, like a more feminine voice, so I don't think I could be able to help with that, but, like, if you ever need help with voicing, I could probably do, like, a little bit of something somewhere. I've been meaning to get more voice work in, because I think that would be fun. Let's see. I sleep when I see the sun. Fair enough. Like, you do you. If that works for you, I don't know. Just take care of yourself, you know. Don't burn yourself to... Like, you know what I mean? It catches up to you. I have permanent eye bags. I'm not kidding. I actually forgot to add those in the design, but we're gonna sketch those in eventually. Yeah, my partner told me earlier that I look like the guy from Corpse Bride. Works, so I have to go back to work. Fair. Is it like your weekend or something? Because I know it's my weekend, but for a lot of people, this is like the middle of their work week. Opening auditions to the other VAs in the project, see where that takes us, but failing to voice her has been slowing down the project. Yeah, I would bet. This is kind of like cheating, but something I like to do is I like to, like, up pitch my voice a little bit when I'm trying to voice, like, a feminine voice. Like, I'll go into an editing software and I'll up pitch it just a little bit on top of trying to raise my voice, like, before production. Pre-production, I think you would call it. I have off until next week's Tuesday. I have vacation. Nice! Happy vacation. Yeah, I've got vacation hours. I haven't used them yet. I'm planning on taking a trip to my hometown. Whenever my partner has time off work. I do this. Let's see if I can actually get through and... I don't know if that looks better or... Oh, yeah, actually I like that. Let's see. Yeah, these are from my last year vacation. Oh, fun. So, like, you've been, like, saving your vacation hours or something? Because I've been saving mine, so I have, like, a week saved up. Something like that. Eventually the first episode will be ready. For now, I'll just focus on Cosmo or something. Very fair. 1 month vacation each year. If we don't use them, I have to use them next year till February. Oh, so like they expire? Okay, so you get like... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. A month of vacation is crazy, by the way.
I've been saving my vacation for a year, and I've got like a week, and that's stretching it. To be fair, that's just my paid vacation, so my job's a little flexible, so I can kind of sometimes get a few more days off in addition. I think it's a law that requires my work to give me a month paid vacation since I work 8 hours. Wow. That's really cool. I'm glad you guys have that where you're from. The only reason I get vacation hours is because I'm union. Fun fact, like hopefully that doesn't boil down where I work too much, but the place I work is actually union, so I get a little bit of time guaranteed in my contract depending on how long I've been working. I did hear a follow. Well, oh, thank you for the follow, Spooky Skytrain. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. It's been nice hearing you pop in. I like the little ghost. That's cute. Here we go. Boom. I think that's mostly okay looking. Yeah, there we go. I think I'll clear this up just a little bit on the right over here, but yeah, that's like, even though I hate my job, that's the one reason I can't leave it, is because I'm union, and a lot of the places around here are not union. So, if I leave, I'm gonna lose my guaranteed healthcare and guaranteed hours and guaranteed everything else I get for being union. So, even though I hate it, I get to suffer. So, at least until I get a degree. I'm hoping to go into pharmacy, so the only problem is pharmacy jobs around here don't always, like, the hospital ones pay pretty well, but the retail ones suck. Let's see. I didn't notice the goal. Yeah, it's kind of like a casual goal, but like it's nice to have people like see it and like enjoy like my stuff and enough to participate in the goal. Like, it means a lot to me that you guys are sticking around and doing all that for me. I don't know. It's just nice to have like little goals to reach, you know. It's like a little celebration. Maybe I'll get myself a little cupcake if I like hit something super big. I can have like a cake eating stream or something. I think you have been using Crit a lot lately, and it's been nice to watch someone else using it. Yeah, it took me a while to get used to, because I used to use Fire Alpaca, which is not quite as good. I was really stubborn about using Fire Alpaca, and it was not like, I don't think it was conducive to a good like art improvement environment. So I'm really glad that I switched, and all that good stuff. I'm gonna close my door. My roommates just got home. So I'm really glad I switched, but it is kind of a learning curve, you know. Have to suffer for the benefits. Of course, we are the criminal family after all. Is that what you guys are gonna be called? Am I calling you my criminals? Is that? I just set the follower goal to become a criminal today. That's kind of hilarious theming. I don't know if I love that or hate that. Let's see. I use Clip Studio for drawing. How's Clip Studio? I don't think I'm yeah, I've never used Clip Studio, so I don't actually know how good it is or what it's like at all. Yeah, for being free, Crit is pretty good. Like, I really like the animation system. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to animate in Fire Alpaca. Don't do it. It sucks. The way they animate is, like, based on a group layer system, so it's kind of egregious to look at. I highly do not recommend animating with Fire Alpaca. You also can't edit sound like you can in Krita. Like, you can't, because like Krita doesn't have a sound editor necessarily, but you can add sound, and that's really helpful when working on timing and stuff. And Fire Alpaca just does not have that. Join and be wanted by the police.
Christ all fucking mighty. Jesus Christ. I guess that's my branding now. That's what I gotta live with. The consequences of my action are an enigma. The Love Clip Studio, it's got a lot of options. Yeah, that's good. Like, what kind of stuff can you do on there? Because I like how versatile Krita is, even if the learning curve is kind of steep. There we go. I almost just, like, closed that tab. That was so scary. Oh no, consequences. It was your idea to rob the bank and escape the prison. You're right. You know, I did say that. Don't forget to bring the horses, guys. I feel like if you saw a horse in a bank nowadays, or around a bank nowadays, it would just feel like a weird joke and nobody would even, like, bother to arrest you. Like, they would think you're doing a bit. Like, do you guys remember the heist in France that happened where they dressed up as construction workers and drilled a hole through the wall to steal a bunch of, like, precious diamonds and shit? It would be like that, but with horses. Is it against Twitch terms of service to joke about bank robbery? I don't actually know. I guess I'll find out when I get banned. You guys have to start like an awareness campaign if I get banned, though. You gotta promise me that. No, we're adventuring a bank. Try to keep up. No, unless you mean it. I mean, does Twitch have a sense of humor, though? Do they know if we mean it or not? Do I know if I mean it or not? Who knows? I guess you'll find out if you see me on the news. Let's see. Wouldn't it be so funny if I finish this drawing and then I'm immediately like, time to redesign him. Again. For like a third time. That would be comedic, I think. I'm not going to do that for a while, at least. Send you. Ooh, we sent 3 pictures. Didn't know what to talk about Clip Studio. I'm kind of intrigued. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, yeah. I like the formatting. It's very, like how it has a webtoon feature. That's cool. Like a webtoon option. Do I adventure a bank in game? I don't know. Load up Red Dead. Let's figure it out. Let's see. Foo, finally done. That's annoying. Time to reach. Basically, like hold on. Like I don't know if you guys see my like new not Steam. Sorry, I'm thinking of Red Dead Redemption. I don't know if you saw my stream. That's what I was saying. My new stream picture on Twitch, but that's what my current Zona. Am I having a stroke right now? That's what my current Sona design looks like, and I made that like a month ago, and I've already been like, nope, time to redo it. Let's see. I'm getting the horse. Holy shit, horse. Payday instead of lack of red. Payday over lack of Red Dead. I'm having a stroke. I don't actually think I've seen anything about Payday. I can't keep one thing for a long period of time. Exactly, like it's like you make one thing and it's like, oh wow, I'm so proud of this. This was such a good idea. I'm so glad I did this. And then you think of a better idea and you're like, oh my god, how could I ever not have done that idea instead? And then you switch it and then you're like, actually I like the other idea more. And then you just keep doing that for infinity. That's why I don't have a solid brand, guys. I'm lucky to even have a Twitch profile picture. The only reason I have it is because I was doing a project that I scrapped. Kai's having a strong call to Dostolence. No! No! Jesus. Now I need to draw an emote that's the Dostolence. Christ almighty. Okay. Not sure I'm liking the thickness of that line or the sharpness of it, but we'll let it live for now. The Twitch pic is unupdated? Oh, is it really? Oh, you just mistyped. Okay. I just noticed, hold on. Yeah, I actually changed it. I don't know if Bonnie remembers this, but forever ago I had my Sona as like a TV head robot. That's my Sona for my gaming channel. And that's what my Twitch profile picture was. But I accidentally deleted the picture off of my laptop and then accidentally deleted it off of Twitch in the same day. So I was using a picture of my favorite band's favorite album for a little while because they're so niche that they're not going to sue me. And also they don't exist anymore because they broke up in 2020. So ghost bunnies. Holy shit, bonding over bunnies. Everybody loves bunnies. Everybody in chat loves bunnies. Do people still make jokes about word champ? So like bunny champ? Do people still make jokes like that? Am I old? I haven't been on Twitch for a while. There we go, that's fine enough, I think. Oh, I'm gonna do thinner line art, I say. Thick line art, like usual. It's inescapable, guys. It's... Cause like, unless I actively make it like 1 pixel... hold on, I'm out of set. Let's write that down before I forget. Cause like, unless I actively make it like 3... Yeah, I think that's too thin anyway. For my liking, at least. I'm tweaking. I'm doing the tweaker thing again. Holy shit, I'm loving all the emotes in chat. This is vibes. Big vibes. Let's clean this up since I'm struggling with that line right now. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I'm out of water. No more hydration nation, whatever will I do? Jail for 1,000,000 years, probably. I have no idea who's talking outside my door right now. I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. I hear my roommates talking. They can't know that I'm cringe, guys. They can't know that I'm cringe. How much water do you inhale, sir? I drink 2 times the whole day. Well, I started this stream with a full coffee shop specifically. Okay, this is a 24-ounce energy drink. I don't know what the caffeine level is, but it was from a coffee shop, so it was a big-ass energy drink, and I drank the whole 24 ounces. And I guess I just drank half of a cup of water out of that same thing, so I guess that was like 12 ounces. So 24 plus 12 ounces. I drink a lot of water. I think I drink close to like 4 cups a day because I'm always dehydrated. I don't know what it is.
maybe my body just doesn't absorb water very well. But like, I don't know. I drink so much fucking water. I could, you know that game where it's like you just drink water from a pond? That would be me. I could actually fucking do that, I think. There, my Twitch PFP was outdated. Now I gotta look at your. Oh, I like your new one. I think it's updated. Yeah. I like that. That's cool. Let's see. I'm not actually sure if it's updated, so I don't want to make any like specific comments about it in case I'm wrong, because that would be embarrassing and somebody would clip it. I'm kidding. Nobody would do that. Let's see. Alrighty. Ooh. Let's see how many lions I can get in before my cutoff time. Let's see. Maybe your body's not 80% of water, but 60% water, 40% coffee. You know, switch those values around and I think you'd be right. 60% coffee, 40% water. I drink... This is not a good thing for me to be doing, but this is encouraged by my boyfriend because both of us love coffee and our espresso machine kind of stopped working, like, permanently. So we had to throw it away and we no longer have a coffee maker. So now every single day, without fail, we spend an absurd amount on coffee shop coffee to reach our fix. Because it's like, it's not cheaper than just, you broke the coffee maker. So my partner, his name is Sam. Sam didn't descale the coffee machine like he was supposed to regularly. So it just kind of built up with like, it's not like limestone, but like whatever the grime, like rocks that gets in water fixtures after a while if you don't clean them, that happened and now it just doesn't work, so we threw it away. We tried to fix it and to no avail, but he has another one at his parents' house. We just keep forgetting to grab it whenever we're in our hometown, so we're hoping to return our coffee maker to its natural habitat soon. But currently we're just spending an absurd amount on coffee every day, and every single time one of us is like, we shouldn't do it, and the other one's like, but coffee, and we do it anyway. I think that's actually my biggest expense, is just coffee. If it's not kissing, then it's not up to date. It's not kissing, so I guess it's not up to date, and I was right to not make any comments about it. Let's take a look at this without. Yeah, does this look good? Not the greatest. I can go in and fix it up later though. Let's. There we go. Buddy, why am I getting buddied? I'm scared. I'm scared. Scared. You're scaring me. Listen, I know it's not a good financial decision. I know. But Sam just got a promotion, so... Oh, I misread it. I can't read. I suck at reading. Get a torture device? Context? What was I saying before that prompted that response? I can't remember. Torture device to prevent the coffee intake, I guess. Maybe that would fix me. I don't think so. I think the lack of caffeine would actually kill me. I think, again, my bloodstream is just 90% caffeine at this point, and if I don't drink caffeine every day, I'm gonna die. Okay. Okay, I like the profile picture. I think you've shown me this drawing before. I really like the mask and the way it, like, I like the shape of it a lot.
Every time someone does not coffee cleaning duty, they get tortured. Yeah. Yeah. That might work, honestly. But at some point, the cleaning is just more torturous because both of us have ADHD, so it's like... I guess we're getting tortured again, because it's better than cleaning the coffee machine. Peak design. Yeah, I really like the shape of it. Like, it's really distinct and, like, recognizable. I think it really works. I think I gotta zoom out again. There we go. Kind of look like an archaeologist in this fit. Like, do you guys know what the Fool's Gold YouTube channel is? Like the one that makes the D&D like videos and animations? It kind of reminds me of like the character Jack from that series, and I didn't do that intentionally, and it's kind of it's gonna bother me, but I can't redesign him again. I can't not after I've put in so much work. No, you're good. It's kind of a niche little fandom. It's by Dingo Doodles on YouTube. I heavily recommend. It's a good series. It's kind of long, but you know, if that's the kind of thing you're into, it's pretty good. I really enjoy it. But yeah, put the intensity on 100. Yeah, I mean, maybe torture device. Torture device could fix me. Oh god, I burped. That energy drink is really getting to me. There we go. I am very proud with what I've gotten done with today. Especially with your guys' help. I think it's like really coming along. I think I'm gonna focus on the hat just a little bit because I'm getting sick of messing up other parts, so I'm gonna do this instead for a minute. Future me problems and all that. Okay. Alrighty. Once I get the hat done, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. My legs and my butt are so numb. I don't even know. I don't know. I'm gonna have like pins and needles. Hella. Future you will hate you. Oh, I know. It's gonna be a problem like pretty soon, I'm sure. But there we go. And if I add a little bit of thickness on this. God, I fucking hate line art. I hate line art. It's okay. We're surviving. We're coping. We're coping and seething. Holy shit, coping and seething. Cake is a lie. Yeah. I'm serious though. I will do that cake stream. Like I will. Like I won't show my face, but I'll set up a camera and eat with my hands. It'll be like a mukbang or something like that. Let's see. To get the cake stream, I'm gonna have to get to like I don't know, like 100 followers. I don't know. It seems like a reasonable goal. What kind of cake? I'm a big fan of German chocolate. I really like that. I don't get that very often. Red velvet's good. I guess you guys could vote on it whenever we get around that point. Like, as long as it's not... I don't think they make key lime cake, but key lime makes me sick, so I can't eat key lime. But... who knows? We could even do like a pie or something. I don't know. I don't wanna promise that one though, because that would be so messy. It would be egregious. Alrighty. So, this is where we're ending for today. We're gonna ignore the backwards 7. Let's fix that. I always write down what my line art weight is, because I forget otherwise. This is where we ended for today. We have finished the sketch. We're gonna pull it up to full opacity so everyone can see it. This is... and underneath that is what we did yesterday, which was the rough sketch. So we've gone from this... this is a fun process. We've gone from this to this. And now we are here. And... woohoo! Good progress. Thank you. I am having a great time with this drawing, actually. Yeah, we leave off at this today. And hopefully I'll be able to see you guys again next time. I'm not sure when I'll stream again. Hopefully soon. But I probably won't tomorrow, just because I need to, you know, do some chores and write some essays and all that good stuff and scholarships and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, I really enjoyed having you all here. It was really nice to chat with all of you and make some friends and, you know, see all your guys' art and all that good stuff. Ping me on Discord when I'm not here the next time you're live. I can do that, yeah. I think I have like an automated like ping for people who want to keep up with the live streams if you look in the roles channel, but I can also just do that personally. I don't mind doing that for you. But yeah, I had a really good time with you guys today. I think I'll definitely do this more often just because I had such a great time and I've been having a good time doing it, you know. It's nice sharing my process and getting feedback. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great night. Wolfie, you need to go to bed. Please go to bed. But yeah, I think we have enough viewers to raid someone today. So let's take a peek. See, anybody got a recommendation for who to raid today? Because I can actually go. Let's see. I can go to Twitch main. Let's hopefully not play audio. Okay, yeah, mute. Okay, mute. We're gonna go on the art again. Let's see. I'm just gonna pick someone who's got kind of like low viewers and just pick them. Let's see. Hey, someone's doing the exact same thing as me. We could do that. Okay. They're doing like they're creating a PNG avatar, so we can do that. Let's see. Raid channel. Search and filter. Okay. There we go. You guys go say hello and enjoy them for a little bit if you can. Have a good night. Alrighty. You guys have a good night. I'll see you again some other time. You know, it was nice seeing you.
Concepts here. Thank you so much for dropping by. Really? As in like robots? Or like